Howdy do, boys!
Whoa, sorry. Quiet. In the void. Hi everyone, how are we doing? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Wherever you are, whoever you are, hi. Isn't that awesome and sweet and cool? I understand this is an odd time for me to stream. Thanks for that. Thanks. That actually made me jump. I appreciate that. That did make me jump. Thanks. Anyway, I understand this is an odd time for me to stream, but I'm going to be working for ages tonight. Ages. So, I have a feeling more people will pop in as I'm working. Until then, hello everyone. Welcome. I will put on music and I will work. And I'm sure a lot of you will probably use me to fall asleep. I'm a night owl. Hi Tsubaki. Yeah, I'm a night owl. I'm 100% a night owl. I tend to work at night. But the reason I'm not working at night right now is because I wanted to play Marvel Rivals with my roommates. And I was like, I can't work through the night if I'm wanting to play, because they have 9 to 5s, you know? And my 9 to 5 is whenever I want it to be. Where's my music? There. I could be a vampire, is that so wrong? Editing. Yes. Okay. All right. Sorry if the music's too quiet. I have to turn it down a little bit so I can hear the audio. I'm really excited to see the rest of the God Knights. How many do we know that there are? 12 were there? Or was there one for each family? So that would make 19. I thought we knew the number of God Knights, but I don't actually remember. It would make sense that there's one for each family, right? We don't actually know. Okay, I'm gonna say 19 for now then. I'm gonna guess 19. Nah, there wouldn't be 300 because the Holy Knights are going to be important for introductions. Like, they're not the Marines. Are people still thinking they're Zodiac? I thought that was done with. Because some people were saying they symbolize the Zodiacs, but I think they symbolize death, not the Zodiacs. I think each of them have a connection to some kind of death, like god of death or something. The Sunji drama? What was the Sunji drama? Was it just Toei? What has Sanji done now? I don't know, I just think the Zodiac thing's a little bit of a stretch because Gunko and killing him do not fit into it at all. But I feel they're more symbols of death, but I can't place killing him. Hi, Bobbing. Which one? And it's not even Sanji. Oh, I talked about that last stream. Basically, my whole thing with that is it's anime adaptation. That's just, it's what happens. I don't like it, but it's what happens. Because you gotta remember, when they're adapting an anime, they're not just adapting manga into anime, they're also adapting to like a broader audience or to a different audience, I suppose. That's why there's so much fan service. Like, when you're adapting a manga to anime, you're not just thinking, okay, let's adapt this scene. You're also thinking, how can we adapt this scene to be bigger for other fans? Do you know what I mean? Because Luffy and Zoro are the number 1 and number 2 of, like, the fan polls. Luffy and Zoro are the 2 most popular characters. That's why they get what they get in the anime. It's why they get what they get in other forms of adaptation. And it's why in the manga, they're not treated the same way Toei treats them, because Oda's not writing for fan service. He's writing a story. Anime will write for fan service. Especially when it's a shonen. It's what they do. So I don't think there's Sanji haters per se, although it's a bit odd, I'll give it that. I don't think there's Sanji haters in the fucking studio. I just think they're making an anime, and an anime just pushes for more fan service, especially they look at polls, they look at numbers more for when they're making an anime. Do you know what I mean? It's more of a business. Which is why I always say, just read the manga. That's the best you're gonna get from the author, like himself or themselves. I don't know why people look outside of the manga and go, this is Oda's vision. No. Oda's vision is the manga, mate. I don't know why anyone argues any differently. Hang on, Bobby wants to leave. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Just stop watching the anime if it frustrates you. But I'm really excited for the Wit remake. Really excited. This will happen. Lammy! Lammy alive! Ah, that's crazy! We don't even know the color of her hair. Oh my god, that's hilarious if that's true. The reason people are coming up with these theories is because we don't know anything about Gunko, so it's free game. Yeah, A, the poison, B, the burning hospital building. Nothing could cure white lead disease except for law. How dare you be tired of law? In my stream? In my stream. Tisk. Tired of law? In my stream? In my stream? You watch yourself. You watch yourself. Zoro's sacrificing himself for Luffy. We have to remember he did that for Luffy and for the crew as a whole, because it was saving everyone, but Luffy was very specific there. But yeah, no, that's 100% gonna come back around. I think that's an incredibly important scene. The fact we saw it again in Egghead is definitely reminding us, hey, this happened. Nothing happened? No, this happened. I definitely think there's going to be something about that. Sorry, I just think it's important to say that Zoro sacrificed himself for everyone. He took Luffy's pain, but do remember that Sanji as well in that moment was also about to die had Zoro not stepped in. It was a saving of crew, not just captain. And the reason I think that's important is because Zoro loves his crew. And some people... How do I explain this? Some people tie Zoro's loyalty to just Luffy, and it really frustrates me. Because they make it sound like Zoro's only there because of Luffy, and that's just not true. He loves the whole crew. So when I look back at that scene, I think he's 100% sacrificing himself for Luffy, but it's also sacrifice for crew. That's just a pet peeve I have. Because, like, the Straw Hats are Zoro's family. Exactly, not just Luffy. There's like a thing that people do where they go, oh, it's just Luffy that Zoro's there for, that Zoro's sacrificing for. And it really, really peeves me because it's like he loves everyone on the Straw Hats. That's why I believe Sanji being in that scene was so important, because that's what Oda was showing, in my opinion. That Zoro's not doing this just for Luffy. He wouldn't do this just for Luffy. He'd do this for anyone on the crew. I think that's why that was so important, because some people use that as a power scaling thing. They use it as a, oh, well, Zoro knows he's stronger than Sanji. Again, no, this was about life, not about strength. And he wouldn't even let Sanji die. He won't let any single Straw Hat die. He won't allow it. I just think that's an incredibly important aspect of Zoro's character and Zoro being a Straw Hat. Hence why I'm like, I just want to remind everyone, Zoro is about crew and family. Not just about Captain. His loyalty lies with the crew, not with Captain. Well, with Captain, but also with crew. Mm-hmm. No, it's not about Zosan. It's about Zoro's love for his whole crew. For everyone. Because I remember watching that scene and I was like, why was Sanji even part of this? Because I was like, it's a good scene, but why did Sanji have to be part of this just to keep a secret? And then I realized the Thriller Bark scene, and then I realized, oh, it's because I really do believe it's Oda saying, no, Zoro would do this for anyone. This isn't just... Zoro's life doesn't just extend to Luffy. It also extends to everyone on the crew. And what better way to show that than with Sanji, his supposed rival, you know, that he fights with all the time. He cares about every single one of them to such a heavy extent. And I think that's adorable. Oops. Mm-hmm. Anyway, my point is, yes, I do think that's going to come back up and come back around. I think it's a very important scene because I think that scene fucks Zoro up. Fucks Zoro up extremely. Don't get in the way of his dream. That doesn't apply anymore. When you say /S, is that serious or sarcastic? I just don't know anymore. People have differences in the /S now. I just need to ask because I've run into problems with that. Sarcasm? Are you sure? Some people take it as serious. It is sarcastic. Okay. Because sometimes I use /S for serious and others have used /S for serious. You never see it for serious? I have. I have. I'm wrong and dumb! Oh my god, /serious, I'm wrong and dumb, I'm sorry. It is not my fault, they both start with S. You're talking to the girl who thought for the longest time that the heart emoji, the, what the fuck is that called? The pointy thing and the three? I thought that was an alien smiling. I thought it had one eye. I didn't see that that was a heart. I still think it's an alien smiling. This... If it wants to send. Where is it? Oh my god, it didn't send. Why isn't it sending? Anyway, I thought that was an alien smiling, making a kitty face. Because it looks like, hi Zim, because it looks like one eye. Do you see what I mean? It's got one eye and it's... Okay, so you know how this... Sorry, I have to send it like this. You know how this is like a kitty face? So I thought... Oh, it's doing that. I thought this was the kitty face but with one alien. One alien eye. Do you see it? You see it, right? I still can't see the heart. Like, I see it, but I'll always see an alien making a kitty face first. Always. I also thought SMH was shaking my head. Oh, sorry, so much hate. I still think it's so much hate. I'll forever say it as so much hate. In my defense, people used to use it for so much hate. It transitioned into only shaking my head at some point in time. But I'll always see it as so much hate, because that's funnier to me. Look, it's an alien making a kitty face to me. I'm not gaslighting. It used to be so much hate back in the day. How will Zoro's thing with the thriller box scene come back around? Because it's not just between Zoro and Luffy. Zoro and Luffy are kind of arguing right now. Yes. That doesn't mean anything. Well, I mean, it means a lot. But that doesn't mean anything will prevent the scene of Thriller Bark coming back around. You know why? Because that scene for Thriller Bark for Zoro was a scary moment for him. That was a moment that I honestly think he believed he failed. He failed because he couldn't do anything against Kuma but die, essentially. And I don't think he's happy about that. I think that really disturbed him. The reason that could come back around is because what's happening with Zoro right now? Why is he fighting with Luffy? Or why is he kind of on rocky ground with Luffy right now? Because he's overcompensating. Why is he overcompensating? Probably because he doesn't feel he's doing enough. And where did he feel he wasn't doing enough? The first time. Where did we first experience Zoro in a corner? He was backed into a corner. Thriller Bark. It could be that happening again. Because after that happened to Zoro and Thriller Bark, what happened in Sabaody? He pushed himself. He pushed himself to extents that he couldn't handle. Even to the point where Luffy was like, why is Zoro so injured? And Sanji was worried and said, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Because Zoro he couldn't recover from what had happened in Thriller Bark yet at that time. Zoro was even carried by Usopp in Sabaody as they were running from Kuma. That's how damaged he was. How do you think he feels about that? He couldn't protect anyone in Sabaody because he was too injured from what happened to him with Kuma. And that absolutely fucked him up. It really fucked him up. So when we go now to Egghead, Elbaf next. In Egghead, I still believe he didn't think he did enough. I don't think I think he thinks that. Again, I'm not saying, Zoro, you didn't do enough. I think he did a great job. But I don't think he thinks he did a great job. Because again, Sanji called him a liability and that really got to him. It really got to him. It's very clear that fucked him up. And even when they were on the ship, and Luffy was crying over Vegapunk, Zoro said, he's an emperor, he shouldn't be crying over someone. Remember last time he got on Luffy's ass? That was in Punk Hazard when he said, Luffy, get your fucking act together. Who was he actually angry at when he did that? Who reminded us of who he was angry at? Sanji said he's so hard on himself. Because Sanji knew that wasn't Zoro yelling at Luffy. That was Zoro being mad at himself. Because Zoro was panicking in the moment about his own strength in that moment. Zoro in that moment was afraid he wasn't good enough, so he was lashing out at Luffy. Because Zoro can't face himself, essentially. It's tough for him to admit he needs to be better, but he does need to be better. Or it's tough for him to admit that he needs the help, I suppose. He knows he needs to be better. He just can't admit that he might need help to be better, you know what I mean? And I feel that's what's happening again. We have seen that when Zoro is angry, especially at himself, he lashes out at someone else, usually Luffy. That's been confirmed to us in Punk Hazard. Exactly, he takes it all on himself. So when it comes to Thriller Bark, and Thriller Bark having that moment of him being cornered, he wasn't strong enough to take out Kuma. He just wasn't. All he could do was offer his life in replacement for Luffy's, and in replacement for Sanji's as well. They literally had that little spat, right? So how can the Thriller Bark scene come back around? Simple. If Zoro has a breakdown, because remember, they didn't talk about that. Sanji and Zoro didn't talk about that. They just weren't. Even though Sanji was there for that. If Zoro has a moment of possible weakness, that will come back around as something that haunts him. It could come back around as something that, fuck, it's happening again. And he could panic. He's panicking because he's now once again found himself in a corner. And guess what happened last time he was in a corner? He nearly died. He's traumatized. I'm telling you, he's absolutely traumatized. He needs to confess that he needs the help. Otherwise, it's gonna happen again. We have to remember that scene that happened in Thriller Bark isn't just a Luffy Zoro scene. It's not even just a Luffy Zoro Sanji scene. It's not even just a Zoro Sanji scene. That's also a Zoro scene that really dug at him, that has affected him to this day. Thriller Bark in general just kind of traumatized him. So if he has a moment like Thriller Bark again where he thinks, fuck, I can't win this, or all I can do is offer my life, he's going to spiral. Because he needs to be better. He does to him. Again, I'm not saying, oh my god, Zoro, you fuck up. I'm saying that he thinks he needs to be better. I think that's just so obvious to me. But we'll see what happens. I'm very excited. I think there's a lot of indication here that Zoro is starting to spiral. Because I think he thinks his performance in Egghead wasn't good enough. Hence why he was so harsh about what he said about Luffy, and why Jinbei in the moment said, what the fuck? Like, it's one thing for Zoro to be harsh, it's another thing for no one to agree with Zoro and say, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, Jinbei has a very good head on his shoulders. Very good head on his shoulders. And even though Zoro said with Jinbei there, oh my god, Luffy can't be crying, he's an emperor. Jinbei said, what in the world is wrong with you? He said, oh, come on. He knows Zoro's being too harsh there. And he's being too harsh because he's beating himself up. Again, he lashes out when he's upset, especially at himself. It's just happened time and time again. Something else that Zoro does, by the way, when he's upset is he distances himself. He's done that 2 times now. He did it in Water 7 when they thought Robin betrayed them. And he also did it in in Zoro when he thought Sanji just left for a woman. So, personally, I haven't seen Zoro distance himself as of yet. But that's less Zoro beating himself up and more Zoro just being upset, point blank. Sorry, my eye. He likes the role to protect everyone on the crew, but think about how the Straw Hats work. The Straw Hats want to protect each other. Who's protecting Zoro? Zoro doesn't believe he needs the protection, or he doesn't believe he should have any protection. Technically, Sanji currently is the one that holds Zoro up when he needs it. He's done it multiple times. Wano was a huge example of that. But Zoro needs someone to lean on to. It's way too much of an ask for only to be just the pillar and to have no help. This is why Zoro is crumbling, because he's holding the world on his back right now with how he sees the Straw Hats. He sees Straw Hats as someone to protect. And that's a fine thing, but when you love someone, they want to protect you too. The crew loves Zoro as much as Zoro loved the crew. When you love someone, you don't just want to be the protectee, you also want to be the protector. And I think Zoro needs to understand that if he wants to be stronger. He needs to accept the love of his crew, that they want to help him just as much as he helps them. Otherwise, I think he's just going to collapse. Oh my god, sorry, I think I've got something in my eye. Do you guys want to see me take my contact lens out? Actually, no, you're not seeing that. Give me a sec. Hang on, hang on. Oh my god, don't look. Don't look, I'm still here. There's just clearly something in my contact lens. No! It would not have been a good clip. Hi, Bertha. Rockstar. All right. But this is why when I say, I don't know if Oda is actually doing this, but I have always seen Zoro as an idea of like harsh masculinity. Because think about how Luffy is. I think Luffy is peak what masculinity should be. Luffy accepts and realizes that he needs help. He even said that in Arlong Park. And Arlong makes fun of him for that. But Luffy knows that doesn't make him weak to need help. I think Zoro thinks it makes him weak to need help. And how many people do think that, right? How many people, especially men, think, oh, I should just be the one that takes on all the pain. Do you know what I mean? I should just be the one that doesn't need any help. I'm the man, you know? A lot of men think like that. I honestly think Zoro is a discussion of that. Oh, thank you for loving me. But I think Zoro is a discussion of that. Of just because you have people that want to protect you, that you need help from, that you need protection from, that doesn't make you any less of a man. That doesn't make you any less masculine. It's seen to be a feminine trait to be protected. But the One Piece is not allowing that to be a thing. Luffy protects and helps anyone. Luffy is also protected and helped by anyone. But I think Zoro has this toxic masculinity within him that doesn't allow that help. Because I think he just thinks he shouldn't need the help because he's the pillar. And I think that's what's fucking him up. But again, I don't know if Oda's doing that. But because Tashigi basically called Zoro out and said, Zoro, you are basically a misogynistic pig. I think Oda is aware. I think he's aware. Why would he have a character say to Zoro, by the way, you're sexist? If that weren't the case. Like, Oda definitely knows. I think he knows what he's doing with Zoro. But we'll see. And I'm not saying what Zoro's like... I'm not saying ill Zoro. Oda's not showing this as a positive thing about Zoro. He's showing this as something that Zoro needs to improve on. He needs to fix. Guy with three eyes. People did that with Sanji as well. Sanji asked Robin for help and they called him a weakling. Because once again, asking for help or needing help is seen as a feminine trait. Needing to be protected is seen as a feminine trait. So people see that as a weakness because femininity is inherently seen as weak. How cool is that, by the way? Hence why when you have characters like Nami and characters like Boa, and these characters are still very feminine, they still like femininity, they dress feminine, and some of them, like Boa, use their femininity as a weapon. I think that's fucking fantastic. I think it's a good thing to be feminine and still be powerful. I don't like that a lot of characters, especially women, in Western media have to transition to a more... or have to look more masculine or more butch to seem stronger. I hate that more than anything. In my opinion, that's backwards. I think that's incredibly backwards. I cannot stand that. Because don't get me wrong, I love butch women. I love women who present themselves in a more masculine way. I just don't like that they're seen as more strong and they're seen as more powerful just because they dress more masculine, because masculinity is inherently seen as more powerful. I cannot stand that. So when I look at characters like Boa, or I look at characters like Nami, or I even look at characters like Ivankov or Bonchan, I appreciate them more than anything. Because I love to see that femininity can be seen as something powerful. Hence why, when Oda's creating a manga that's showing actually asking for help is a powerful thing. It is the hardest thing you can ever do to ask for help. I appreciate that more than anything. Having a main character that is yelling, I can't exist without... I don't know how to use a sword. I don't know how to navigate. I don't know how to cook. I can't tell a lie. I can't exist without people helping me. But you know what I can do? I can beat you. I appreciate that more than anything in the world. Because we have a main character who knows I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for the people I care about. And for the people who care about me. I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for people helping me. It means a lot. Because I used to find it tough to ask for help too. And that's why I'm looking at Zoro and I'm saying this man needs to ask for help. Oda sees it as a strength to ask for help. And I know that's going to happen eventually. Because it lines up with the themes of One Piece. Especially with Luffy. Especially with the Straw Hats. So we'll see. We'll find out. Anyways, guys, I gotta edit. Zoro, Luffy, help me scene. It can be anyone. It doesn't just have to be Luffy. It can be Nami, help me. It can be Usopp, help me. If Zoro asks Usopp for his help, I'm going to shit my pants. I'd really kill for that. I think if anyone can help Zoro through this, it's Usopp. Because Usopp knows how it feels to feel useless to the crew. He knows how that feels. Zoro asking Usopp for help would be an incredible, incredible development of character and of relationship. I would go crazy for that. I also think it would be better for it to not be Luffy, only because Luffy's the captain. And I think Zoro can't rely on the captain, he has to rely on the crew. Because Luffy's special in the regard of being a captain, you know? Frankie's got incredibly positive masculinity. Incredibly positive masculinity, in my opinion, is Usopp, Jinbei, Frankie, Brook, love Brook. Who am I missing? Luffy. How could I miss Luffy? The oldies plus Usopp and Luffy, basically. Also, Chopper's learning. I really like Chopper's dynamic with the men, because Chopper wants to be a man and he's seeing all the differences in what being a man is, you know? He's seeing it from Zoro, from Usopp, from Luffy, from Frankie, from Jinbei, from Brook, and you can see how much that's changing him and inspiring him. I think the reason what's happening in Elbaf is happening in Elbaf right now, and it also happened in Egghead, Zoro's struggle of strength, is because Luffy's an emperor now. Luffy's an emperor. And imagine the pressure the swordsman of the crew must feel. One of the wings, right, of the crew must feel being part of an emperor's crew. Zoro is there for strength. He is there to be a strong boy, to be strong swordsman. I think ever since Luffy has become an emperor, that Zoro is starting to second guess himself and starting to think, I have to be better for the crew. I'm not good enough for the crew as I am. He's on an emperor's crew. Wouldn't that make anyone kind of struggle within themselves? Snordsman. I like how some people talk about Zoro and King's fight. Like, oh, Zoro, like, you know, beat King, blah, blah. And they don't mention how much Zoro fucking struggled against King. He struggled like nothing I'd ever seen against King. Not only did he drop his swords, he was like crawling towards them desperately to pick them back up. And people just forget about that, or they don't want to acknowledge that. And again, this isn't Zoro, you're weak. That was a very tough fight for Zoro. Incredibly tough. He was panicking in that fight. And after he had that fight, he saw the Grim Reaper and he passed out for a week. When people talk about King's fight, they only talk about the victory. They don't talk about the struggle, because they don't want to acknowledge that Zoro struggles. But he does. He's a human being and he struggles. Of course he struggles. That fight that Zoro had with King was tough. It was really tough. And a lot of people just don't acknowledge that. So from going from struggling in a fight against King to struggling in a fight against Lucci to now seeing Loki as big as Oz, Thriller Bark being the arc where he was cornered by Kuma and he couldn't win that fight. Guys, things are piling up. He is snowballing. I've never seen anything more obvious in my opinion. I think he's just snowballing. Oh, and Kaido got his ass as well. Kaido had him essentially paralyzed and having to have Sanji carry him. No. Anyways, I'm excited. I'm excited for Zoro's breakdown because I think he needs to have one. People want Zoro's character development, but when I say he's going to have a breakdown... people get angry. And it's like, no, you don't want character development, you just want Zoro to look cool. You don't want to see Zoro be a human being, you just want to see him be a male fantasy. That is so sad to me, I'm sorry. Zoro can't struggle, he's my fantasy. Well, to some people, character development is fight. Big fight. Nothing else, just big fight. I think some people don't think character development is character development. I think they look at a power-up as character development. When everything preceding said power-up is the character development. Like, Sanji's Germa upgrade is not character... Like, the upgrade itself is not character development. What has happened beforehand and leading up to that is the character development. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not saying Luffy is developed is just crazy to me, because if you look at him from the time skip, from pre-time skip to now, even just look at him from Fishman Island to Wano, there's such a difference. And it's like, just because he has an instinct to jump forward and protect people doesn't mean he hasn't developed. I think people confuse core character traits with flaws. Do you know what I mean? One of Luffy's flaws is not jumping forward because he sees people dying. That's just a core thing about Luffy. He can't stand by and watch people just die. He's not gonna do that. Because what gets me is some people say, oh, Luffy isn't very rational. And they use the Kaido scene as an example of that, when Kaido was torching down that village and Luffy was about to jump forward to hit him and then eventually did. Some people went, well, Luffy's not being very rational. So it's not rational to see some fucking monster just killing people and go, I'm not allowing that to happen. It is not rational to be like, no, let them die. Let them die. We can't be discovered. I don't believe that's rational. Putting your life over others' own is not rational in my opinion. Because Luffy doesn't want anyone to die so long as he can do something. But at least maybe that's just me. I don't know. But I don't find it rational to just let people die. ... It does depend on your definition, yeah. Oh, evil man. Like when Luffy punched St. Charlos, that was so rational. That was so rational. This fucking guy is trying to get slaves, shoots Hachi. And it's not rational to punch the fucking guy. Bah! That was the most rational decision Luffy ever made. Also, you'll find out my theories for the arc in this video. You can read the title of the video. The title of the stream. Shut up! You didn't get me though. I can't wait to get my heart torn out because of Loki's story. I know it's going to be rough. I just know it. Which God Knight is my favorite? Shamrock aside, I'm afraid it's Sommers. I really like Sommers. Not as in a good guy. I cannot believe I have to say that. Not because I think he's chill. But because he's so fucking like perfectly sadistic in a way that makes me go, oh! Like, you know what I mean? The shit he says makes me go, oh! That's a great villain. That is a fantastic villain. Sommers says shit that makes me go, oh my god, and I love that. He's a really good villain. I even talk about in this video that Sommers is very fun for me. He's entertaining. Baby game for babies. Oh, bye, Jolly. Good luck on your English practicing. I'll be here. I'll be here to help. Look, the thing that made me laugh with Sommers was when they were watching the chaos that they'd created and Sommers just pulled up his chair. Because he got transported with his whole living room and he just fucking pulled his chair up. That got me so bad. Like, why wouldn't you, I suppose? He did that. Where's that stupid gif? Oh my god, this is me. He did this. Ah! Sorry, it slowed down because of how I have to edit things. He did that. And he just sat down. It got me bad, made me giggle. I got a hearty chuckle from it. A charty huckle. All the Holy Knights have a familiarity with each other. They work together for who knows how long. I'd say they're pretty tight-knit. Because I'd assume being a Holy Knight is more than just a job. It's a commitment, do you know what I mean? So of course they'd, like, be pretty tight-knit. They're probably more like a crew than anything, to be honest. A night house? Yeah. Of the round table, for sure. And her underwear. I disagree. I think our most humanizing moment...
Ahmed Mohsin.
Pun Pun! You want to read me, Mel? You want to consume me, Mel? One day, Pun Pun, one day. I disagree. I think her most humanizing moment is her listening to music. Oh, her first? Oh, sorry, my bad. I read too fast. Fuck, I was gonna say something and I forgot. Oh! I changed my gift subs animation. I changed my gift subs thing. I think I did. It's no longer Sunji moaning. One sub is Sunji moaning. Gift subs is something else. But I won't spoil the surprise. It should work. If it doesn't work, I'll sob. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just saying it's different. Doi. uh. We could start our own crew. The broke pirates. I'm not trying to bring attention to the fact here anyone here is broke. I just wanted to say I changed my gift sub thing. God damn. I have to remind everyone that what the Holy Knights are doing, they are considering a game. That will include the Straw Hats. Hence why, yeah, they're fucking scary. Also, hence why I think the Holy Knights are going to be the victors of this. Because remember, Gaban said if even Elbaf is under threat, we are really seeing the last of days. Like, I think this arc is going to end in total disaster. No, I do think Loki and Haiduden are going to mend their relationship. I just don't know what exactly will come of that. But it could just be love. You know, it could just be brotherly love. Okay, I gotta feed the cats. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm back. Doo. Goodness, calm down. Calm down. Doo. Goodness me. Ah. Shambles. Cool. If you're all on a broke pirate crew, who's the treasurer? Because somehow I don't think any of you can have that job. Just saying. The ocean. What is it that rich people say? Just save. Just don't spend your money. Duh. Just die, yeah. But sir, I have to spend half of my savings on groceries. Then don't get groceries. Duh. Think smarter. Sounds like something dopey. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Actually, guys, I'll have you know, I didn't have tons of money in stock. So basically every week, I was putting like 20 bucks in like some stocks because it was just like a little rainy day fund. And it was a pretty good fund, like a pretty good like money off to the side system that would like just let me get a little sweet treat basically whenever I wanted one. Because it was just money I have stored somewhere basically. But it was all right because I'd put 20 bucks in and of course it would very slowly climb up sometimes. However, guess what's fucking happened as of recent? Guess what's happened to the goddamn stock market as of recent? I am so angry at you know who, because that was my little rainy day fund. I now have no rainy day fund anymore because I had to take all the money out. I had to take all the money out because if I didn't, it would have just crashed into half of what I had in there. And I cannot elaborate. These were not my savings or anything, so I'm not like in any dire position. It was literally just, I put 20 bucks a week in there, and when I want to get a little treat, I get a little treat using that 20 bucks. I'm so angry. I now do not have a little rainy day fund that can sit in a nice little area and just slowly climb. I'm so fucking angry about that. I was very much enjoying that little jump cut I had. Because of you-know-who. Ah! I was talking to Sarah about this and we're both mad because I'm not like a stocks investor. I was literally just using it as the smallest little side thing, just tiny. But we are both angry because we were both doing that. No more treats, for real, no more treats. Because I'll be honest with you guys, that little rainy day fund I had was less, it was for treats, don't get me wrong, but like also if Blueberry had to spontaneously go to the vet or something and I had to like pay that off. That's what that was there for. It was mostly there for that. That's why I kept putting 20 bucks in there, because I was like, yeah, this is a good place to put some dollars in just in case I have an emergency that I need to attend. Not anymore. There's just no point because any money I put in there will now just for another like 5 years or something. That's so cool, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you, you-know-who, for that. Really appreciate that. We have space. I do not need to join that crew as of yet. For Luffy, help us. We kill money? Okay, wait, you know what else is upsetting? I get paid in USD from internet things, of course, such as YouTube, sponsors, Twitch. I get paid in USD. The conversion rate from AUD to USD used to be large. Pretty large, so I'd get a good sum. The USD is going down! And I'm like, no! I had such a good gig! Don't worry, it's still fine, guys. It's still fine. It's still like a significant gap. But it is now going down, and I'm so angry! Everything- oh my god, everything's cooked. Everything's cooked. The US dollar used to be so strong. It still is. It still is strong. But grrr! Soon you'll have me as a captain. Honestly, I'm all for going bankrupt to travel the world. I think that's a good investment. The Nintendo pricing situation is a bit crazy because, didn't they say they've had to hold off because they don't know how tariffs are going to affect them? Isn't that why they've like, was it GameStop or something said it? Hi, Ame. I currently don't know what to say about the Nintendo situation because I don't know where their pricing is. Like, I don't know how much it's going to cost me to buy a new Nintendo game. I don't know if that was just in USD, because for you guys, it could be more. Do you know what I mean? Because of the tariffs. For me, it might be the same as it was last year. I just don't know. Like, I currently have no idea what the pricing is going to be. Because I think the amount for the Switch 2 is fine. You're paying for a whole console. I don't know about the games yet. I'm still waiting. Pre-tariff, so what's going to happen now that there are tariffs? Nintendo has a raffle system to pre-order the new Switch where you need to have at least a year of Nintendo Switch online purchase and 40 plus hours of gameplay. Well, that's a bit cooked, but I guess at least they're trying to find super fans. Super fans, that's crazy though. Hey, I can enter that raffle! I need you guys to know Nintendo did not set that flagship. Why are people thinking Nintendo set that? Again, I'm not a bootlicker, but this is another case of people are saying Nintendo did this and they didn't. Don't get me wrong, it's shit that they put that up there. Nintendo have not set that. Many games beforehand have had that price. Does no one remember the time when an Xbox game was like $100 AUD for me? At least. I remember back in the day when I would buy like a PlayStation game or an Xbox game and it was like $100. I remember when Halo 3 at its peak was like $100. I'm not understanding where this is coming from. Because again, I don't agree with the pricing for Nintendo, but no, Nintendo did not start this. They're hiking up the prices because other companies hiked up the prices. What Nintendo don't have is sales. It was reasonable because there were less game devs. What? Isn't it reasonable to be more pricey with more game devs because you have more people to pay? What? Scalping wrench method as well, by the way. But I don't know. I think the issue with Nintendo games is not the pricing itself, it's that they don't always go on sale. Because I have seen games on big consoles such as PlayStation and the Xbox be released for like $100. But eventually there'll be a sale, but then it goes back up. The issue that a lot of people have with Nintendo is that they just don't go on sale. Because I'll be real with you guys, with them releasing this price, that I don't understand. I'm used to seeing those prices for video games, not just Nintendo. I've seen this before. Once again, I remember when Halo 3 at its peak, it was like $100. At least in Australia it was. So I'm like, that price for the game, I've seen that before. But I think it's not that. I think people are going, oh, the sales. There's just no sales. Which, understandable, that's frustrating. But I don't know. I don't think you should blame Nintendo for upping game prices when that was not them that did it first. It 100% wasn't. I can guarantee you that. I've seen these prices before! At least I personally have. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Games, exactly! Especially console games. They've always costed a fucking arm and a leg. For some reason, Nintendo's the one that gets, like, shit with it. And I assume it's because Nintendo have problems, but they don't have problems the way other companies have problems. Like, they're not EA. They're not Blizzard. They're not Microsoft. You know what I mean? The only problems Nintendo has is that they're just pricey. They don't really have the most moral in-company problems the same way other game companies do. The renew for Nintendo Switch 2. What's the renew? Are you talking about Breath of the Wild? Is it just for Breath of the Wild? Look, I agree that that shouldn't cost any money. But at the same time, look, again, I'm not trying to bootleg because I do agree it shouldn't cost any money, but at the same time, that is people working on it for this. Like, they're making it compatible for another console. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's still something they've had to expend. I don't agree it should cost anything, but those are still people that need to be paid. Do you know what I mean? But I don't agree that it should cost that much or anything at all. Yeah, it shouldn't be per game. It should be a group price. I'm not defending Nintendo. I just said they shouldn't do that. But I'm saying from a business perspective, I can see why they're doing that. Because people have had to spend time making these games compatible for the Switch 2. I think a lot of people don't understand when you're making a game compatible for another console, that doesn't just happen. you need a team to do that. But I don't agree that every game you should spend $30 to put them on the Switch too. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, that should be a bundle deal. It shouldn't be per game. They drown the hype, but they're also trying to pay their workers. Do you know what I mean? Because we know for a fact that Nintendo pay their workers. They're one of the best gaming companies that actually pay their workers. This is why when it comes to, like, Nintendo, when it comes to talking about this, I don't agree with their prices, but at least we know that money is going to the workers. That's still something. Do you know what I mean? It's still something in my opinion. But I don't agree, okay? I don't agree. But at least they're not just fucking scalping you guys just for the CEO to take everything. Again, they're not Activision. And they're not EA. They're not Microsoft. They're actually paying their workers. We know this. Most people who do, like, gaming courses and want to get a job, they want to get a job at Nintendo. The thing that's the biggest issue with Nintendo is the, what's it called? The vault, the game vault that they have. That's the problem. Your dad works for Nintendo? Oh my goodness. But which Nintendo? US or Japanese Nintendo? Also, Nintendo dumped their staff when a game is complete. When did they do that? To what team? I think I did hear of this too. Oh, they don't do that. Ah, sorry, my bad. Because I was like, I think they did that once about a decade ago, but I don't remember them doing that again. Look, again, they're still a company. I'm not trying to bootlick a company. I'm just saying that the critiques Nintendo gets, in my opinion, are not the critiques they should be getting. The critiques they should be getting is the game vault. The fact that they don't make their games accessible anymore after a certain period of time is a huge fucking problem. The fact that if I want to play Pokemon Pearl or Diamond in the original, I need a DS, I need the cartridge, which doesn't exist anymore, you can't buy it anymore. That's a fucking issue. That's something that should be argued about. And the fact that they don't have too many sales, yes, that's also a problem. They do have sales, by the way, just not a lot of sales. But to me, like, when it comes to pricing, I think it's kind of unfair to get on Nintendo's ass about that when I've seen other game companies do that. And for some reason, Nintendo is the one that gets the brunt of it. Which I just don't know why. I don't know why Nintendo get the worst of it when other companies do it too. Like, Nintendo doesn't have fucking loot boxes, at least. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not Genshin Impact. Well, I guess they do. Well, I guess when I'm saying that, who does have loot boxes in Nintendo games? I haven't played a Nintendo game with a loot box, I suppose. In one vault. But yeah, look, what I'm trying to say is absolutely criticize Nintendo. They deserve it. But the things some of you guys criticize Nintendo for, I feel is a bit incorrect. When there's other things they need to be criticized for, and what they're doing is honestly what other companies are doing, not even to the worst extent. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is gacha. Oh, in-game money. Well, this is why it's confusing me, because again, I see so many people go, oh, these game prices, and again, I just remember going to the store, seeing the new Xbox or the new PlayStation game, and then being $100, and I'm like, what? Look, this reminds me of when Nintendo released a DLC. Especially in Pokemon, and the DLC is only like $30 and people complain, and it's like they could have released a whole second game and made you pay $70 or $60 instead. Instead, they're releasing a DLC that actually has new content in it and actually gives you more proper playtime. Compared to other companies where they will release a half-made game. Don't get me wrong, Nintendo has some half-finished games, such as Pokemon. Some Pokemon games are half-finished, but most of their games are pretty fully done, such as Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. At least they're not releasing half-made games just to make you guys buy a DLC for the full game. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, I just think Nintendo deserved the criticism, but the criticism they're getting right now, I feel is like, other companies are doing this too. Some people say, oh, the PS5 was worth this much money, the Switch 2 isn't. How the fuck can you say that? We don't even know what the Switch 2 is really about yet, you know what I mean? I feel like people are just getting angry to get angry. Or they're getting angry because they want the games, you know? And they can't afford it, which is fine. But many games are expensive. I don't know, I just don't get it. Like, blaming Nintendo for the gaming hike when that's not them. They didn't do that. They didn't create the gaming hike. That wasn't them. They're not in charge of gaming prices. Like, I mean, like, the whole gaming market. They're not in charge of that. They're literally following on. A general anger? Yeah. But be angry at Nintendo. I am by no means a fucking bootlicker. I'm just trying to remind people to get angry at the actual stuff, you know? Because as far as gaming companies go, I would say that being angry at Nintendo for prices is, I'd say, a lesser evil. Do you know what I mean? Thanks for that. You didn't scare me, by the way. At least when I'm paying for a Nintendo game, I know that the workers are actually being paid. That's all I have to say on that. I love buying physical copies! I love buying physical copies. Well, more people defend Nintendo because, again, out of all the gaming companies, Nintendo is the lesser evil. It's unfortunately just true. The only thing Nintendo criticism is, and again, it's viable, but the only criticism is prices and copywriting. Those are the two worst things that Nintendo's doing. And once again, compare that to other gaming companies, and you'll see what I'm talking about here. I love buying physical things. Look, I'll simply never forget when I used to play Overwatch. And I look at Overwatch and I think about how soured this game has become to me due to what happened at Activision. And then I look at Nintendo and I see some people saying, this is souring me because of this and this. And again, it's pricing and copywriting. And again, that's fair. But I also think, thank fucking God that this is it. You know what I mean? Thank God this is it. And it's not something worse. But I think it's also... How do I explain? I think it's also kind of sweet there's a general anger here because, and I know that sounds weird, because people just want to play Nintendo games. They just want to play Nintendo games and they're really upset because they can't afford the Nintendo games. And I think in a way, it's kind of sweet. They just want Mario. So I agree, the Nintendo game should not be this much. Because people just want to have fun. And I agree with that. But I do agree that Nintendo should not be... like their online system. They should not be paying for that. You should not be having to pay for an online system. An online membership in Nintendo. Because their fucking internet is horrible. It's horrible. And it's like, that's shitty. That's something you should be upset about.
Howdy do, boys.
Like, I'm upset that I have to pay for internet for Nintendo when their fucking internet systems are arse. I should not be having to pay for that. Oh yeah, pay for the Switch 2 tutorial! I did see that. There's definitely a bit of expending going on. Like, again, there are things that are wrong. But get angry at the actual things that are wrong. Not because, grr, you know? Also, I'm still waiting to see if the new Switch 2 games are going to be compatible with the Switch. I don't know if we know that yet. Because some people are going, I don't want to buy the new game if I have to buy a Switch 2. And I'm thinking, usually when they release a new console, there's a period of time when new games are still compatible with the last console. Why won't they be? How do we know that? Did they say that? Because wasn't Breath of the Wild also on the Wii U? Or am I making that up? It was! They did say? Wow, really? Yeah, see, that's shitty. You should get angry at that. You should get angry at the fact that their new games won't be compatible with the older console. So it's less the pricing that's the problem in my opinion, it's more the console locking. I think that's the issue. New games shouldn't, but Nintendo do tend to do that. Well, you can always just keep playing Breath of the Wild on the original Switch. That's something. No, I agree. That needs to be a bundle package. It should just be upgrade all games from Switch to Switch 2 instead of single. That's silly. Video games shouldn't be violent. Also, thank you for the honk. That's scummy, but that's scummy, but the console wars were fucking crazy. They saw their chance and they took it. Don't get me wrong, it's scummy, but you have to laugh. Look, I'll forever say that one of the good things Nintendo does, and the reason Nintendo games are so dear to me, is because they don't care about photorealism. They don't care about photorealistic games. I'm so happy that they refuse to move from that and they enjoy their stylistic bippy games. Because I hate photorealism, and I hate how many games rely on photorealism to be good. I just cannot stand it. Trying to be more realistic as you have Link and Yoshi. Yeah, there was a time where Nintendo did try a bit more of a photorealistic era, and that was the Wii. Because I remember Twilight Princess being more sharp, I suppose. And then they went back to their softer ways with Breath of the Wild, which I really appreciated. Oh, sorry, with Skyward Sword. Well, not Breath of the Wild. Skyward Sword was after Twilight Princess. Brincar. Yeah, grunge. But a lot of people see grunge and edgy as realism, don't forget. Bye-bye. Some of the only games I play on Nintendo, because I just enjoy the style. I love Skyward Sword. Oh! I'm keeping my Switch forever because it has Skyward Sword on it. Look, limitation breeds creativity. If Nintendo have baby style due to limitations of their own console, I'm going to be honest with you. I hope they never evolve. I hope they always have that limitation. Because I think that's a good thing. Limitation can lead to some of the most creative choices you could ever make. Skyward Sword also got a lot of hate when it was first released because it looked more cartoony than Twilight Princess. Bye-bye. I will be a Skyward Sword defender until the day I die. Till the day I die! Oh yeah, I can still do a Skyward Sword streams. Again. Oh my god, I miss it. Wait, don't tempt me.
Howdy do, boys.
They scrapped Twilight Princess 2 for Link's crossbow training. Controversial, I'm glad they did that. Or we might not have gotten Skyward Sword in the future. I also think a direct sequel to a Zelda game should be very special. Like, I truly believe Breath of the Wild deserved it with Tears of the Kingdom, and I truly believed Ocarina of Time deserved it with Majora's Mask. I don't think Twilight Princess needed one. But both Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild were just such game changers that I think they really deserved it.
Boys?
Who do I think is the better, Zelda or Pokemon? That's not fair because it depends what mood I'm in. But Pokemon's so special to me. But yeah, they're completely different games. This is like asking wine, like red or white wine. It's the mood. It's the mood. I can't decide that. Yeah, they're both so different. If I want to have a fun little time with my little Pokemons, it's Pokemon. If I want to go through a cave, if I want to go through a dungeon diving adventure where I solve puzzles and I beat people up, Zelda. I can't possibly pick. Don't get me started. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I'm so glad Pokemon don't have puzzles anymore. The fucking, like, ice caves when you had to slide to different areas to try and figure out how to get out of the cave. Fuck that shit. I'm so happy that's not a thing anymore. You have no idea. When I found out there was no Victory Road in the last 2 games, I was like, thank you! I hate the Victory Roads! It's always the most dreaded part of any game to me. Any game! I could not stand them. Every time I had to do a Victory Road, I'd pause and I'd be like, fuck! I don't want to go in there. I'm so I know that's controversial, but I'm so happy those parts are gone. I don't play Pokemon Game 2 for it to be hard. I play Pokemon Game to have fun. For baby game. I want baby game. I was screaming in joy when the last 2 games didn't have a Victory Road. Yay! God, I hated the Victory Roads. There were so many times I'd replay the Pokemon game. Or a Pokemon game. And I just stopped playing once I got to Victory Road. Because I never liked them. I never liked them. They always piss me off. It would suck all the fun out for me. It's not the repels, it's the maze of Victory Road. It's having to actually get through the fucking thing. I hated it. I hate going in caves in Pokemon. I hate it. Because it's a puzzle in itself. I don't like puzzles. I don't like them. Also, remember guys, I like aesthetic in a game. The caves are the most ugliest fucking things ever in Pokemon games. I hate going in them. There's nothing interesting about them to me. They're not pretty, they're not sparkly, they're not fun. It's just a damp, dark fucking cave. I don't give a shit about that. Victory Road is boring as hell. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad someone agrees with me. Favorite top 4? Of what? Huh? Yeah, I agree, Ahmed. Bad! Fave top 4 of Pokemon games. Platinum, Diamond, Pearl, Arceus. Done. Yes, it's nostalgia based. I don't care. I'm living my truth. Was never big on Hoenn, I'm afraid, Gen 3. Hoenn had the same thing with me with Unova, where a lot of the Hoenn Pokemon designs I wasn't big on. Hoenn Pokemon just seemed really cubey. I can't explain it. They seemed very rough. Not rough as in like, oh, they're half-made. Rough as in they seemed just very sharp. I just can't explain it. I wasn't big on the aesthetic of Hoenn Pokemon. I don't hate Gen 3. I just hate Gen 5! No, I liked some of the designs in Hoenn. Just overall, I was like, eh. It was more meh to me. I was like, this is cute, but meh. It's nowhere near the hate I have for Gen 5. I have no hate for Hoenn. It's just meh to me. I just don't think about it much. Like, when I just look at the legendaries for Hoenn, and I see Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, do you see what I mean? They're very blocky. Like, I can't explain it apart from it's very blocky. I don't hate them. I'm just saying that their designs aren't for me, is what I'm saying. Very blocky, very sharp, I think is what I'd say. But remember, my favorite sharp. Meanwhile, my favorite legendary is Giratina. That's a different kind of sharp. I don't know, Giratina just looks so phenomenally cooler. I love you, Satan Pokemon. We're not starting up the Gen 5 debate. I've already talked about it enough. What you guys need to know is my favorite gen is Gen 4, and it will forever be Gen 4. Look, I'll never forget entering the Elite Four in Gen 4. And the first guy you face is a bug-type Elite. Oh! I was gagged! Because I remember thinking, no bug gym. I was gagged! I was just gagged in a good way! Like, Aaron, the Elite Four member Aaron, is the reason I love Drapion so much. Because he sent out Drapion and I was like, that is the coolest fucking bug I've ever seen! Ah! I was like, that's the coolest bug I've ever seen! I was obsessed. I was obsessed. I would look. Don't look at my, oh my god, don't look at my pit. Ah! Oh god, they're falling. Anyway. Ta-da! Hang on, I dropped my guys. I dropped my guys. My music stopped. Ta-da! And then this fella. I love him very dearly. Her, sorry, she's a queen. A queen. No, I absolutely adore Drapion, and it's because of Aaron. Pokemon Aaron, not my roommate Aaron. Oh god. He's fallen. Ah! Sorry, hang on, give me a sec. She sits a bit awkward, is the thing. The problem. And you go here, Sminob. While I'm up here, check this out. Oh! Look, I got both of them. My monkeys! I still think they look like Luffy, both of them. But especially Apom. This is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm a little bit convinced that this guy was inspired from Luffy. Because One Piece and Gen 2 came out at the same time. I'm a little bit convinced he was he has the exact same face. The exact same face. I'm just so convinced that this is Luffy inspired. The smile and the brainless eyes. There had to be some Luffy in there. And then my favorite, my Schmunky. I wish the tails would detach so I could wave them around. I can probably do that myself, honestly, but I love him. Actually, the funniest thing is, I think there's a photo of me. I got the Apom, and I was standing there like this in line at the Pokemon Center. I was just holding him like this, and the worker saw me standing there like this holding him while I was shopping, and he said, "Very cute." To my little monkey friend. I love him. Her, sorry, her. I love her. Oh my god, I keep misgendering him. Her. Him, her. Anyways. Yes. I hold a lot of love in my heart for, I'll never forgive the anime for giving away Dawn's Ambipom. Never. I just cannot believe that happened. Oh god, what's happened here? Okay, good. But yeah, I'll never forgive them for that. The Pokemon that Ash gave her that they traded. No, for ping pong. Are you serious? Oh! And Ambipom was like her star. Who loved contests. Little Mel was so angry. I was inconsolable for days when that happened. That was my favorite Pokemon. No, Dawn should have kept it. I loved Dawn. I cannot believe it was like, I want to play ping pong now. Bitch! The reason they traded, the reason Dawn got Apom is because Apom loved contests. Oh! That was the worst decision they ever made. Little Mel turned evil that day. Dawn's my favorite. Don't even start. She's my favorite. Don't start. Dawn means so much to me. You be careful about what you say now. You be careful. Say anything bad about her, I'm killing you. She didn't get rid of Ambipom. Ambipom wanted to play ping pong. What, she thinks she just chucked him out? Chucked her out? Dawn didn't just get rid of Ambipom. Ambipom said, I want to play ping pong. What was she meant to do? There was a writing problem. Don't you dare blame Dawn for that. Why ping pong? I don't know. Ambipom was really good at ping pong. Mother, I like the ball. Dawn also had the best rivals. Oh my god. Zoe was just a fucking incredible rival to have. She also had the rival Ursula as well. The final episodes. Oh, and fuck, what was his name? The fellow with the harp. Oh, he was so good. Oh, and he was both of their rivals. That was peak. But the final episodes. Fun fact, by the way, the guy with the harp in Japanese is voiced by Zoro. I think his name was Nando in English. But he was awesome. But those final episodes for the contest, for the grand contest, Little Mel was going insane. Going insane. Those were some of the best fucking episodes ever! Oh, they were so good. I didn't watch X and Y, I'm sorry. I stopped watching the anime once Black and White happened because it upset me too much. And I was like, I'm not watching this shit! Anyways. Sorry, Bird. Paul Barry. Holy fuck. Oh, God, the rivals were so good. They were so good in Gen 4. Paul and Barry were fucking crazy good. I love Barry, as you guys know. Why didn't I like Black and White? Because I remember I started it. And the rival fucking sucked for one. Ash was an idiot. And Ash's Pikachu got bodied by a startup trainer. Just because it couldn't use electricity. And I was like, when the fuck has not being able to use electricity ever hindered Pikachu? Or hindered Ash, for that matter? I was like, Ash is way too fucking dumb in this. I can't watch this. I just can't watch this. They also got rid of Brock, and I did not care for the green-haired fucker. I did not care for him. I haven't seen X and Y, sorry. Again, I stopped watching the anime because of Black and White anime, and I was like, this sucks. I have read some of the manga. I read the original. It's the fact that in Sinnoh, Ash was an incredibly capable trainer. Most people will agree that Ash's team in Sinnoh was fucking beastly. It was so good that they needed a fella with 2 legendaries to beat him. He had a crazy good team in Sinnoh, and he was a crazy good trainer in Sinnoh. Then you get to Black and White, and he's suddenly a bum again. And it's like, it feels like he's a whole different character. They just wiped him clean. I started watching Pokemon Journeys, and I really liked Pokemon Journeys because not only was it dumb fun, and Go was such a fun character, but Ash was actually competent. Whenever Go was having a problem with Pokemon, Ash was there to be like, this is what's happening. They made him totally incompetent. They don't reset him like that every season, no. Think about Gen 3. They did not reset him in Gen 3. He was still a capable trainer in Gen 3. I think what happened was Gen 4, he had really reached the height of like what he could, like his, I suppose, intelligence as a trainer. That when they put him to Gen 5, they said, nah, we have to make him an idiot again. He was not that fucking stupid in Gen 3, at the beginning of Gen 3. He was also not that stupid at the beginning of Gen 4. At all. He wasn't. And it's like, I'm going insane. I'm going insane. They made him way too dumb in Black and White. And I was like, nah, this is pissing me off too much. I can't watch this. The Gen 5 designs. Do you mean Pokemon? Don't get me started. I hate them. Don't get me started! I won't say anything, but I hate them. But I'm not going to keep going. It's going to be a whole thing. They should have started it with him getting amnesia. But yeah, I really like Journeys because Go was such a cute character. I thought he was just so fun. The episodes were also real, like, slice of life with Pokemon. I really appreciated that. Like, that's what I wanted. And Ash was competent. I think Pokemon Journeys was just... It's probably the most fun I'd had with Pokemon, honestly. I haven't finished it. But every episode was a hoot. I thought it was adorable. It was just dumb fun. Dumb fun where there was just... Go trying to be a Pokemon professor, essentially. And Ash helping him along. I just thought it was very cute. And they're going to every region. I loved it. I thought it was adorable. Also, Pokemon Journeys is when Ash got a Gengar. And we had the saddest Gengar story ever! That was fucked up. You know what is good? Pokemon Origins. Pokemon Origins is awesome. They need to do more shit like that. They really need to do more stuff like Origins, truly. Yeah, Red Story. It was so sweet. Ah! 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 It was so good. Why did they do that? I'll never forget that to the day I die. That was crazy. Oh my god. God, that was funny. Pokemon Generations. Hang on. Oh yeah, that shit was good as well. Oh, fuck. Have I told you my favorite fun fact, by the way, about the original Pokemon? That, first of all, Blues, so Blue Oak, I've explained this before, his name is actually Green. The reason I call him Green is because I'm more in the spaces that have, like, more fans that, like, tag, like, the Japanese names. So his name is actually Green Oak, not Blue Oak. The girl's name was always Leaf. And I noticed in the Pokemon card game on the phone, they call her Leaf. So her name was always Leaf. But Blue Oak is actually Green Oak. It was red and green. It was never blue. Once again, I think they localized it when translating. I think they localized it to blue because red and blue, boy colors, you know what I mean? I think they were just trying to make that more apparent to kids in the West, I suppose. But, where was I going with this? Oh, so Green, when I say Green Oak, that's what I mean, Green. I'm sorry, I'm used to calling him that. He says baby baby. And the reason he says baby baby is because back in the 90s when they were making those games, that was like the trendy thing that kids were saying when they were saying goodbye. They'd say baby baby. But they kept it. So when I watched Origins, he kept going baby baby. And that's my fun fact. That was a lingo, Japanese lingo from the 90s. But now it's something that Green exclusively says. Because he's just a brat. He thinks he's cool. But it's lingo that's been like, it makes him sound old. Which is really funny. Well, they translated it to smell you later. That's why he says smell you later in English. Because he's using Japanese lingo that kids would use in the original. So they translated that to smell ya. Making the Pokemon open source. I don't know what that means. I don't think Zebek is a good guy. I'm saying I don't immediately think he's a bad guy either. I never said Rox is a good guy. I'm just saying I don't think he's bad either. I just think he's a pirate. Like, I don't think Zebek or Rox is walking evil. Pokemon Concierge. Oh, was that the Netflix one? No, I haven't seen that yet. I don't know anything about Rox! Guys, we don't know anything about Rox. I can't answer any questions about Rox. Everything we know is from, like, either word of mouth or from one scene. I love Foxy. I want him back. That's my thing. He was with Whitebeard. I don't know. I'm just not basing anything off first assumptions. How can you guys say anything about Rox having a Pokemon? You don't even know him. You don't even know him. You don't know what he can do. We haven't even seen his face. How can you possibly give him a Pokemon right now? Where is this coming from? Hello. Yeah, he's got a Cutiefly. You say the Rox Pirates hated each other, and then you see Big Mom and Kaido, who were on Rox Pirates, and they clearly had a good relationship. Like, they cared about each other greatly. There will still be people that probably didn't get along on Rox's crew, but I'm still not assuming anything about Rox just because of that. Pokemon trainer that never loses. A Pokemon trainer. What? Then I get Pokemon. Why in the goddamn world would I ever want to be Link? I think his life sucks. He's always reincarnated every 1,000 years as someone who has to save the world. That sucks. That is the worst, like, life I could ever imagine. That's like a torturous limbo to me. He's never allowed to be born just to exist. He has to always save the world. That sucks. He is Sisyphus. Hi. They tried to kill each other when they met first. And now look at them. They're besties. Also, how many people has Luffy tried to fight or kill when he's first met him? Just to become friends. Think about Frankie. Again, don't go basing things on first assumptions. Sorry for the typo, you are not forgiven. How dare you? A typo in my chat. How dare you? This is a civilized, educated chat. And you put a typo in there? Can't believe this. That's a joke. We gotta kill you. I've already talked about the Toa Sanji thing. I don't think anyone at Toa is evil. I just don't care much for the anime. I still like Sanji barking. I'm sorry. I still think that's cute. Look, sometimes they get it right. I don't know if the anime watch streams are gone for good, but I'm just too busy. And I prioritize the manga way more over the anime. My top 3 anime. Kids on the Slope. Devilman Crybaby. And probably Mob Psycho 100, but Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun's up there. Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Depends what mood I'm in. Who's the best dream on the crew? Luffy, probably. I don't know. I'm not one to judge dreams. Kids on the Slope always makes me sob. Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun is so fucking funny. Oh god. It's one of the best comedy animes ever. Oh yeah, I still haven't seen Dungeon Meshi, but I know I'd like it. I've seen Odd Taxi. I have a video on my channel about Odd Taxi. You should go check it out. Someone commissioned me to make a video about it. I really like Odd Taxi. Also, I don't tend to, like, not give things a chance because of style, by the way. Usually, any style, I'm like, okay. My only 2 exceptions to that are Boichi, i.e. Dr. Stone. I'm sorry, I cannot stand that style. It's just a little bit repulsive to me. Boichi and... I'm sorry, guys, Beastars. Beastars isn't bad. It's not bad. I just can't get through it because the humanoid bodies with the animal faces, and sometimes they get naked. It was just a bit much for me. It was just a bit much for me. It was incredibly uncanny to me, and it made me a little bit uncomfortable. And not in the way that it should have made me uncomfortable, in a way that I was like, I don't like looking at this. I just didn't quite enjoy the style of it. I know Beastars is good, I know, okay? This is not about the writing of Beastars. It's just the style of it. Seeing that naked bunny body with her, like, realistic bunny face, it weirded me out. And I was like, this feels like a weird Frankenstein nightmare to me. Like, why did she have beady little eyes? I know it's good. I know, I'm sorry. I just can't get past the style. Also, the author's persona that was in the story, that's fine. But the fact that she laid eggs and those eggs made sandwiches and she was like, those are my eggs. And I was like, I'm into some weird shit, but I don't know how much of this I can take. It was a bit much. There was a bit much going on for me. I don't watch VTubers. I don't think much about them. VTubers, you know what I mean? Good for them. But, I can't say I watch them. What do you mean out of context? What do you think the context is? The context— that was the context. She was just there to be like, I lay egg and Legoshi's eating my egg. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, great. Did I have a job when I was a teen? Yeah. I worked at KFC. Don't recommend. I swear to God that job low-key traumatized me. You know why? Because the amount of adults that think they can just yell and throw things at a teenager because they work in fast food is insane. No one perceives you as a teenager when you have a job. They perceive you as a worker that they can just verbally abuse. It's crazy work. I'm editing chapter 1142 to 1145. What's this year's anime nominations? Is she stupid? I am stupid. What the fuck is solo leveling? I keep hearing about this. Wait, isn't solo leveling an isekai? And isn't it like an incredibly fan servicey isekai? Who said no? Alright, who here is a man? Put your hand up. If you're a man, put your hand up. Put it up. Put it up. Put it up. If you're a man, put it up. Yes, I'm outing you. Put it up. Come on. I'd like to see the number. All right. Keep putting them up. Come on, I'm serious. Hands up. Hands up. Okay. All right. Now, out of the men that put their hands up, put your hand up again if you think solo leveling is good. Yes, queer counts, you're still a man. Never seen it. Good animation. No. Come on. I see some of you going quiet. Got a lot of no's. Alright. Sorry. Because I have a rule. This is not a man-hating rule, okay? This is just a rule. If someone tells me an anime is good, but the only people I'm hearing that from is men, I don't believe them. I'm sorry. It's happened too many times. One of the reasons I started One Piece is because I had some friends who were women that actually were going, no, it is good. I'm afraid it's a rule I have. But if even men are saying, no, it's bad. But yeah, I'd heard that solo leveling was kind of not good. So, Freyren taking over solo leveling, yeah, that makes sense, does it not? Does Dragon Ball survive to this rule? I don't like Dragon Ball personally, but more than just men like Dragon Ball. I know multiple women that love Dragon Ball. It's just very male-centric the way One Piece is. I'm a girl! Apple Diaries. Hang on. I think I've heard of this one. I love that opening. Hi, I'm a girl. Please watch this. Oh yeah, I've heard of this. Look, as always, it's about the time that I do not have. Just because women like it, by the way, doesn't mean I'll like it. I just need more than the male opinion to watch something. Like, I don't like Naruto, but tons of women love Naruto. That doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. I watched the original Dragon Ball. I wasn't into it. I've also watched DBZ, not much, but I'm not into that either. Dragon Ball is just not for me. I've discussed this. It's iconic and it's legendary, but it's not for me. No, not even the original DB. I really wasn't into it. Sorry, it's just not my thing. My opinion on the tariffs! Mel, how are you going to solve global hunger? I don't know, they suck, that's my opinion. I'll do my taxes. I'm not. If I do your taxes, you're going to jail. You can have a huge respect for the author and not enjoy their content, by the way. It's how I feel about Toriyama. I don't really enjoy his content all that much, but I have major respect for him. Fly High King, you know? I watched some of Sakamoto Days. It was funny for what I watched. I didn't get super invested though. Which island do I want to live on? Amazon Lily. How is that even a question? That's like paradise. Long ring, long land. Long horse. I haven't seen the Minecraft movie. All I know is the fans are having fun, so good for them. No, the strong protect the weak on Amazon Lily. That's literally their whole thing. I don't have to be strong in Amazon Lily. I've got big, strong women to help me if I'm not strong. Which snake will you befriend? Pink one. Pink.
Howdy do, boys.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Minecraft, so I'm skipping the movie. I'll be honest, I didn't even know Elbaf had like Elbaf. I didn't even know Elbaf. I didn't even know Minecraft had a story. I had no idea. So yeah, strong was a beauty standard on Amazon Lily. If you're strong, you're seen as beautiful. So I might be ugly on Amazon Lily, but that's okay. Maybe I am strong because I managed to body that system flushing tea without dying. I got through that. That was a war. And I won. So maybe I am strong. Of course I've seen Black Butler. Of course I've seen any teenage girl on Tumblr back in the 2012s has seen Black Butler. I haven't seen Fruits Basket. I want to befriend a mermaid so I can ask her to talk to fish for me. That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. What the fuck do fish have to actually say though? What do you say? Nothing. That's what he said. I don't think fish have anything to say. I have not seen Sonny Boy. We might be able to play some Mario Party today. I've got a lot of work to do, but we might be able to. I've got nothing else to do after I finish editing for today. It's not gonna happen for hours. Hours. Like, I'm talking a big stream right now. I'm gonna be working until I drop. Because I want to get through as much as I can of this today. Maybe even finish it, but I doubt it. I'm also waiting for the Marvel Rivals update, hence why I'm like, I've got nothing to do. Not me. No, I have not watched Dr. Stone. Didn't interest me. Anyone here smoke weed? Don't answer that. That's not a serious question. Actually, if we're talking about the smell of smoke, like cigarettes over the smell of weed, you know how I feel about the smell of cigarettes. I actually think they smell pretty good. I know that was controversial. I don't mind the smell of cigarettes, but the smell of weed, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of it. But I know some people hate both. I just thought I should say that. Also, Amir, what did you ask? Sorry, I missed that. Estimation for this video. It's over. It's gonna be like 40 minutes, Amir. It's gonna be a long one because I'm covering 4 chapters. It's a long one. 42, 43, 44, 40, yeah, 4 chapters. Some of you are going to start dropping off now, surely. It's 7:30 p.m. here, so it's going to be very late for a lot of you. You're probably going to... I'm probably still going to be here when you get back. It's okay. You can go to bed. You'll see me in the morning. Riley, what are you doing here? Spare hour? Wow. Only one. Oh, that's so cute. We're editing together. If Sanji was a weed smoker, he would have kissed Zoro by now. What's that meme? Dan, this weed ain't shit. 3 blunts in. Kissing boys and all. Ah! That's so funny. They're still releasing Black Butler seasons. I had no idea. The only thing I know about Black Butler is that one stupid GIF. I mean, I know more than that, but this is the one that everyone remembers. You guys know it. When I show it, you'll know it. This. I think most people know this. Damn, Michael Jackson. Ugh. Maybe I should use this one day. You didn't know this? Oh, it's so beautiful. God. Anyway. What is Tippy Toes? That's so funny. Black Butler is one of those things that would be a shonen men-like if it weren't so gay. Because it's full of pretty boys, and because it's full of gay moments, it's not something men watch, but there are plenty of fights in there, and they're pretty fucking gory as well. And I feel like a lot of guys don't know that because they think it's just woman bait. A lot guys never into it. You watched it all? Did you like it? All I know is the Black Butler space is very woman-dominated and queer-dominated. Very much so. You know how some guys go, you're a woman into anime? That's what I feel about guys watching Black Butler. You're a guy who likes Black Butler? What? No way! How many hours do I work a day? I didn't work too many yesterday. I think 4 to 5 hours, but usually I work up to 10. 12 if needed. Is it really good story-wise? Is sometimes. I really, really liked the circus arc a lot. I remember liking it a lot, but I'd have to watch it again. I also really liked, what was his name? Aloise, I think his name was? Is that how you say his name? Aloise? I really liked him too. I liked those two arcs. But I wouldn't say the story is very good, but it's intriguing. I'll say that much. It was interesting, at least. The circus arc was really fun. I really liked the circus arc. I don't remember anything but Aloise and the circus arc, I'll be honest. I don't remember anything else. But there are plenty of fights in it. So if you want to watch for some fights, then watch. You saw what that guy did on his tippy toes. Wee-hee! They're good. No, I agree, I always think of buggy now. I hear someone say it's bugging me, and I... Bugging? Like, every time I bug, I'm like, Buggy. He's always on my mind. I see a clown and go, is that a One Piece reference? Oh my god. I was also watching a show and someone said, yeah, and he shanks me in the back. And I was like, bah, bah. It's a curse, it's a curse. Buggy. I forgot what he said, but it's like shanks. They were like, he shanks in my back or something. Shanks on my back until my buggy or something. I don't know. He said, the character said, and he's the type to shanks you in the back. And I went, whoa! Finally, I forgot the context! To shank someone. Shanked me. It's only shanks is the. He keeps shanksing me till I buggy. You know what's funny? I said that and I was like, that doesn't sound grammatically correct because the word is shank, not shanks. That's how bad the brain rot is. Shanks did. No, every time something in some show says, I'm back in One Piece, or good to see you in One Piece, it's really bad. It's really bad. Mihawk. I will say, I was playing like a trivia game with Sarah and my parents, and the first thing was basically you get a card and you have to explain what's on the card, but you can't say the word. The first thing I got was a cook. Guess what I fucking said? I said to Sarah, Sanji's job on the Straw Hats, a cook. Great. What else would I say? It was the fastest thing I could think of. Then I got a doctor, and I was like, Chopper is this, a doctor. Boku, actually, look, if I were with any of you, I would have done that. But Sarah's not the biggest One Piece fan. So I couldn't go Boku, she wouldn't have known. Alright, I gotta go whiz. I'll be back. I'm back. I got myself a little treat. Ah. Egg. No, not a Kinder Egg. It's Easter, so every chocolate place is selling eggs. Salted caramel. It's yummy, but these eggs are so bad for your teeth because of how you have to eat them. It's so messy. Messy and inconvenient. I could not fit that in my mouth in one bite. Are you kidding me? It was like this big. Now it's getting down my shirt. Yes, I am afraid I'll choke. I can't eat properly. Foily knows this. Every time I eat something, every second day I bite my tongue or my cheek. My biggest thing with Zoro and his fighting style... Maybe this is an SBS question. How does Zoro not slobber everywhere? Does he keep having to do one of these? You know what I mean? Is he like a wheezing dog? Imagine Zoro drops Wado and he's like, I don't know, say it's Sanji, and he's like, quick, cook, can you throw the sword back to me? And Sanji picks it up and goes, ew, it's wet! Why is it wet? Yuck! I mean, it's wet because of his spit, Foily. Hi, Sky. Then why are you saying meat juices? All you do is say stupid things and then go, I know. I don't think you did. I think you just say you knew because you realized you were wrong. Oops. Meat juice. Look, I'd imagine picking up Wado is like picking up a dog's stick when playing fetch. It's disgusting and slobbery. Smells like booze and spit. I wonder if Wado does have some of Zoro's teeth dents in it. You'd have to assume, right? Because Zoro's teeth haven't been shipped as of yet. This stands to reason, I think, that Zoro would be a chewer. And by that I mean straws, pencils, he's chewing on them. After Zoro drinks something with a straw, the straw is just absolutely destroyed. It's even funnier because it's a metal straw. Stop it! Those are my good straws! Remember when Oda said Zoro doesn't crunch ice, and then someone sent him the panel in Dressrosa of him crunching ice, and Oda went, oh, who said that? That was so... No, Foily, he does. Oda just said he doesn't. Oh, that's not Zoro. But it stands to reason that he does crunch ice. Oda said, don't believe me. That was my editor. I just, look, he's such a funny author because I like the fact that he got that question out of probably millions of questions. And he said, you know what? I will call attention to that. Why wouldn't I? Excuse me, I only shift the blame to my mods when they are to be blamed. Thank you very much. Zim. To be fair, I blame chat more than I blame the mods. Also, my pointer, by the way, is not a pen. It's me lipstick. So I do this. And then I make a point! Just saying. Yeah, someone, a forest drew art. And they drew it as a pen. I didn't tell them it's actually lipstick because I thought it was funny. No, I don't have a laser pointer. I used to, but they just run out so fast. There's no point in buying them. They're a waste in my opinion. Until some company makes a rechargeable laser pointer that doesn't use batteries, I don't care. There are rechargeable laser pointers? Whoa. By the way, why can't everything be just a little bit solar powered? I always think about this. Why don't phones have a solar power charging function as well as cable function? Is it just hard to install or something? Like, the top of the phone doesn't fucking do anything. Why can't there be a bit of a solar charge function at the top? Like, it's not the main source of charging, it's just a second source of charging. Heart attack, blah. Phones should be wind powered, so if you want to charge it, you have to throw it as far as you can. Get on that. Write that down! Write that down! Write that down! Thank you. No, you have to throw it. Spit. Remember when whatever new iPhone came out at the time and people were spreading the lie that the phone can be charged in the microwave? And multiple people actually tried that. I think about that a lot. Like, we got the images of their phone in the microwave and then posting on like Reddit going, my phone is defective. Is this supposed to happen? That was crazy. I wouldn't have believed it if it weren't for the photos. Also, the aux cord is in the iPhone. You just have to drill it. And someone uploaded a video doing that to spread the lie. and multiple people then tried it. I just think about that a lot. You really think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? The iPhone is not waterproof. I do. I had a dream last night that I went bald. It was really scary. I had melatonin, so it probably made my dreams wacky, but it felt realistic. And I brushed my hair in the mirror and my hair all fell out and I went, ah! And I woke up and grabbed my head. That was scary. Don't say foreshadowing. I mean, not like it would matter, right? Why Gumpy? Where's my cat, by the way? Hang on. I miss her. I'm going to work. Hi, Poopy! Hi, Poopy! Oh, hi, big baby. Oh. Hang on, I'm trying to make her rest on my lap. Because it's cuddle season. Isn't it, bobbing? Yeah. I don't know if you can see her. Cuddle season? It is, isn't it? You are so cute. You are so cute, did you know? Look, eye boogie. You are so cute, did you know? You're so cute. Did you know you're so cute? Did you know? What are you doing? She is, yes. So I keep making my camera wiggle when I pat Blueberry to vicious extent. Anyway, back to work. Back to schwork. Bobita. Do you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? Will you ever wear wigs?
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. Oh, I love winter. I love autumn to winter. Because Bobbing cuddles with me. Ugh. Oh, God. I've gotten past the worst of summer. And now I don't have to deal with summer again until December. November, December. A white Christmas in Australia is so fantasized, by the way. It's like something that seems truly magical to us. Because everything we watch with Christmas is about a white Christmas, and it's like, oh, we don't have that. Yeah, I love spring, hate summer. Hate it, hate it, hate it. I literally like every single season except for summer. Like, spring's fine. Why does it have to get any hotter than that? Sorry, I'm angling my arm weird for Blueberry. What are you shuffling for? Hey! I like spring because I see the bees. I like seeing the bumblebees out and about. Sorry about that. You want to sniff? I know, right? Blueberry, interesting stuff. She actually would foily. That's the most upsetting part. I don't understand her. Grass, oil, and chili. There's something wrong with her. I say it in this video, one of the most shocking things to find in the recent chapter is as Loki is talking about the Holy Knights, Luffy is actually listening. Like, he's not picking his nose, he's not picking his ass, he's not sniffing his fingers, he's actually listening and taking in the information. And I was like, oh, he's like interested into what the fuck has happened to Loki. Like, he actually cares. He does, right? He really does care, because he's not moving or anything. He's actually paying attention. He didn't scratch his ass and sniff his fingers. I was like, damn, he's really paying attention. But I realized because Loki is such a liar, and everyone thinks he's such a liar, it's really important to show that Luffy is actually paying attention to every word Loki is saying. Because no one can claim, oh, Luffy just didn't hear that. Or, oh, Luffy's just not paying attention. Luffy is hearing every single word Loki's saying. So, when it comes to Luffy trusting Loki, there's going to be absolutely no hijinks, or there's going to be no misunderstandings. He's 100% listening to him. And I feel that is important to Luffy trusting Loki, you know? Like, I really do think it's going to be Luffy is going to trust Loki even when the world doesn't type of thing. Also, because it's about Shanks, that as well. Or the Shanks that look alike. It reminds me of Whole Cake Island, when Luffy yelled at Sanji, "Tell me how you really feel." And Sanji just spills his heart out, and Luffy just stands there. He just stands there, and he's really listening. And it's like, for someone like Luffy, that just means so much for him to listen. Because he did the same thing with Amazon Lily as well, with Boa and her sisters. He told them, you don't have to tell me everything, because he could see it was hurting them. But he still sat and listened. And I think that's really important for Luffy. Because Luffy can be a bit impulsive, don't get me wrong. But him just being quiet and listening, like really listening, is so meaningful. I can analyze One Piece with my thumb in my ass. Like, Oda can show me a single cell and I'll be like, I know what's happening! Yeah, and Shirahoshi also talking about the reason she was locked into her room as well. And I still stand by, he got that listening power, or that understanding of importance to listen from Vivi. That was 100% from Vivi. I really like Vivi and Luffy a lot as a dynamic and as friends. Because I adore that Luffy got a patience and an understanding from Vivi, while Vivi got an aggressiveness and a headstrongness, like regarding just impulsively acting when you want to from Luffy. Like Vivi got an impulsiveness from Luffy, and Luffy got a waiting and understanding from Vivi. And I really, really enjoy that giving and taking of experience from the lead, because they're leaders, from the two of them as leaders. Also, I'm using Sony Vegas Pro. I'm gonna scream if Shaggy is Shirahoshi, I really am. I am going to take a bow if that's Shirahoshi. Puppy! Because I'll never get over when Luffy was fighting Vivi in Alabasta, and Luffy said, I want to fight Crocodile. And he basically said to her, and I think you do too. But Vivi wasn't thinking impulsively, she was trying to think of what would be the best outcome for everyone. And that was leading them to a more passive path, which is okay. But Luffy's saying, path be damned, I want to beat this guy up. And I think you do as well. And she cried because she fucking does. She hates him. She wanted to punch that fucker. And that's why after that they changed course and Luffy says, right, we're fighting Crocodile. Luffy's basically saying, Vivi, we are here to help you. You're allowed to be a bit selfish and say you just want to beat up Crocodile. Because everyone did. I loved that. I just love that whole exchange. It's such a good scene. God, I love that scene. The scene of Vivi bowing on the ship in Drum Island and saying to Luffy, you're a failure as a captain. And the scene of Luffy and Vivi, and Luffy saying, so princesses can cry too, after he fights with Vivi. Those are both just such fantastic scenes. Hi. I'll never get over Vivi saying to Luffy, you're a failure as a captain. Oh my god. And the fact Luffy went, damn, she's right. Oh, that shit was crazy. That's how you know Luffy really respects Vivi. Yeah, Vivi's voice will reach the people. I always say Vivi, like her influence, because people say, but how can Vivi join the Straw Hats when she's not that powerful? They mean physically, right? Putting that aside, because she actually is a good fighter, by the way, but putting that aside, Vivi is incredibly powerful because her power is in her influence. I think Imu knows that. Vivi's voice is incredibly powerful, so powerful to the point that Crocodile knew. If anyone even saw Vivi, if Vivi had the chance to speak to anyone in Alabasta, Crocodile's plans would have failed. Because remember, he saw Vivi standing in front of the rebellion, and she was yelling at them to stop. Crocodile set up the sandstorm to block her because he knew if they saw her, he was done. He was just done. She's incredibly powerful with her voice. Her influence is her power. She's just that good, which is why I'm saying that if Vivi does join the Straw Hats officially on the ship, she'd be an incredible what's the word again? I've said this before. Diplomat. The Straw Hats, in my opinion, need a diplomat. Luffy has a whole crew, a whole armada behind him, right? Luffy has a whole fleet, hundreds of ships behind him. Luffy's good with his crew, but these are hundreds of people to command. Vivi is the only one with proper experience in that area, and she's the only one who would know how to utilize that for the good of everyone. Because that's her power, that's what she's good at. Her voice, that's her will, you know? So it's like, Vivi would be an incredibly powerful Straw Hat due to how she has that influence. She's just that good. At least I think so anyway. Because remember, Vivi was a Baroque's Work agent for 3 years. She infiltrated into it, and the Baroque's Work agents helped her when they saw Mr. 5 and Miss Wednesday going after her. It wasn't Mr. 6. It was Mr. 6. Oh, the Boom Boom Man. Those Baroque Works agents immediately went to help her instead. That's her power. She's just that good. Mr. 5. It was Mr. 5. I love her. As always, One Piece isn't about physical strength, it's about the strength of your person. Vivi has that tenfold. I truly believe Imu is trying to capture Vivi because they know Vivi is a threat in regards to her influence. And that's probably how Lily was as well. I have no doubt Lily back in the day was similar, and her voice was powerful in creating allies and creating an army, essentially. We've seen it time and time again, by the way, that Vivi stands up for people. She will yell when she sees an injustice, or at least what she believes is an injustice. In the Holy Lands, Mary Joie, when Shirahoshi was being grabbed by Charlos, she was fucking enraged. She was not afraid of any consequence. She was pointing at everyone, and especially Lucci, and saying, how the fuck can you let this happen? And after that, she was on shit terms with Lucci because she could not believe what she had just seen. And she was one of the only people that actually said anything. Every other person there just bowed their heads. They didn't want to be part of it. Vivi refuses to be a bystander. That's one of the reasons I love her so much. That's why when it comes to Alabasta and her joining Baroque Works, that's why she's incredibly brave. She's incredibly strong. She knew her kingdom was falling to something, and she refused to stand by and wait to find out what that was. She said, I'm getting to the problem myself, even if it costs my own life. But that's something Vivi and Luffy have in common. They both refuse to be bystanders. If Vivi was at the slave auction house and watched Kami being bought off by a celestial dragon, Vivi may not have punched Charlos the way Luffy did, but she sure as well would have fucking said something. She would have been in just as much trouble as Luffy was, because there's no way she would have just taken that lying down. I feel like Vivi's one of the characters that gets so misunderstood by such a large group of One Piece fans. When they call her weak, or when anyone calls her weak or annoying, it's like... She's literally one of the most stubborn characters ever. She's also one of the bravest characters ever. That was even pointed out to us in Little Garden, where Luffy wanted to go adventure. And Vivi said, I want to go with him to adventure. And Nami was like, what the hell? And Usopp even said, wow, Princess Vivi's really, really brave. Vivi is not at all weak. Again, it's this idea that because she doesn't physically fight, she's weak. Grr! I'll kill you! Hello. God, I love Vivi. And even now, she's standing up to Big News Morgan and saying, wow, I hate you, you fucking leech. Ah! She's so good. Foley also pointed out to me in the new chapter when Girth was like, aha, good job injuring Loki, essentially. Sanji said, Girth, you too, question mark. And instead of showing her heart eye, oh, sorry. Instead of showing her heart eyes for being mean, because usually when a woman's mean, Sanji loves that, he's confused or he's shocked. And that can either be a mutation thing if you want, or, in my opinion, it's Sanji is so curious about Loki. Because he doesn't know fucking anything about this guy. And he keeps questioning, why do you all hate him? And no one's answering him. He's more interested in what the hell's going on with Loki than to swoon. I also find it so funny that Zoro's not telling him. And my opinion of that is Zoro's not... Because he was right next to Zoro when he said that. My opinion of that is Zoro knows the only thing he knows are rumors. And it's not fair to judge someone off of rumors. He even said to Luffy, all I know are rumors. I mean, it's contradictory because you have Zoro being a prickly little thing. You have all the giants hating Loki. But you then have Luffy wanting to help Loki. So Sanji being Sanji, if I were in that situation and I saw my captain caring about this guy, wanting to help this guy, while everyone else hated this guy, I'd also be confused. Because, especially if Zoro's being a fucking bum about it, I'd be like, why do you also hate this guy when Luffy clearly likes him? What's going on here? Popping! Popping! So cute popping! Look, the funniest thing is Loki going, no, I do actually know where Shanks is. And Zoro's like, we'll decide that. Now tell us. And Loki says, why should I? You haven't upheld your end of the bargain. And Zoro goes, ... because he's right. Loki's right. He's not the liar here. Like, Loki has a valid point. You haven't unchained me. Why the fuck would I tell you? And it's like, I'm sorry. I keep seeing Zoro being overly aggressive, even though Loki's the one making a point. As, like, Loki being injured and Zoro not believing that. Just for him to be injured. Loki saying, I know where this guy is, and Zoro going, no, you don't tell us. And Loki going, I made a deal and you didn't uphold it. Like, I'm sorry. Loki keeps actually proving a point here. And Zoro's going, damn. Loki even says, yeah, not to be disappointing, but I'm not lying. God, that's crazy. Blast foiled again. Again, I'm just seeing Zoro being a bit too much right now on purpose. He's just being a bit too prickly. Foiled, shut up. I wish Oda added Loki saying, why should I tell you? You haven't upheld your end of the bargain. And I wish Loki also said, also you kicked me. Why the fuck would I tell you anything? You was mean to me. Bobbing. Oh, I love you, Bobbing. I love you, Bobbing. Oh, cuteness aggression. I want to squeeze her. You tried to eat my animal friends. I like how so many people, including me, when Luffy said, you don't eat friends, friends aren't like food, they're friends. So many people, me included, said, okay, Chopper's safe. It took us how long, but now we know for a fact Chopper is safe. Finding Nemo, friends aren't food. Not from Sanji! Damn, you got me. Damn, this music goes crazy. I keep thinking about what Loki said to Hyrurin when he said, everyone thinks I killed Dad with pure hatred. With nothing but hatred. But you don't believe that, do you? And then look at the woods around us. Like, oh, that implication there. That Harold totally fucked over parts of Elbaf. I knew my boy had a reason. Or if he did kill Harold. The funniest thing is that Loki didn't deny that he killed Harold, so it is, I mean, I will believe that he killed Harold. I always have. But I always was saying, I think there was a reason for it. I don't just think he's evil. Also, the fact he's saying to Hyrurin, but I know you don't think that. As in, Hyrurin isn't believing the rumors of Loki just killing Harold just because. So Harold knows something about his dad. Something that isn't savory. And I can't wait to find out what that is. Not snow, but ash. Oh, cold ash. Yikes. Eh. Go eep. Don't worry about it. What wonderful music. He's yelling at me. Oh, okay, he's okay with me now. He's walking right in my fucking editing stream. That's better, actually. He can go across the screen if he does that. Da, 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 da. One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. It's getting rough. Oh. Yep. I want to finish audio editing today. Ow! Popped my ankle. Ugh. Alright. So all this, that's all just chapter recap. Ugh. But the chapter recaps are important, obviously, to refresh what's happened. Because I'm going through 4 chapters. Ugh. Now, I get to the actual discussion. Ame, are you here? Are you here? They might have scurried off. I think everyone's winding down. Everyone's winding down and a lot of people are also about to wake up. True, Foily. Let's change the playlist. I don't play Animal Crossing. I tried, but it's not for me. What series am I really into, apart from One Piece? Game-wise, Pokemon and Zelda. It's hard to pick something that I watch or read, because I'm one of those one media people. Do you know what I mean? Like, I watch and read other things. But to the extent that I do with One Piece, not really, no. One obsession at a time, yep. And I don't know if One Piece is gonna go away. So long as One Piece keeps going, even after that, I can't see my love for it dying. Bobbing, bobbing, bobbing. Oh, I love you, Bobbing. I'm into the Chronicles of Bobbing. What do you think of that, Bobbing? What do you think? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Bobbing. This is just relaxing music. But if you want to fall asleep to it, feel free.
Howdy do, boys!
BoJack Horseman, I suppose, is always a big one. I really like BoJack Horseman. Kuroko's basketball. Every day I'm like, fuck, I wish it would come back. I need them again. Yeah, even when I pause One Piece and I'm watching something, I think this is just like One Piece. It's not good. BoJack is 100% Netflix's just diamond. It's gem, 100%. I'm so glad BoJack was allowed to actually wrap up the way it wanted to, and they weren't forced to make more episodes or forced to be cut off at any point. It's a miracle that we got BoJack Horseman. I'm so serious, like an actual miracle. Oh, I love Bob's Burgers. BoJack Horseman haunts me because when I look at BoJack Horseman, I think Netflix does have the capacity to make something just magnificent, but they don't allow it. Not for 99% of their shows anyway. BoJack Horseman is such a rarity. Tuca and Birdie was on that same level and they just cancelled him. And then Tuca and Birdie moved to Adult Swim instead. And it's like, you had a real gem on your hands and you just didn't want it anymore. I mean, in my opinion, BoJack Horseman has some of the best writing of just anything ever. Ever. It's just a masterpiece. I've told you guys this before, that when I write, I like really think about BoJack Horseman. I really look up to BoJack Horseman and its creatives. Like, I absolutely aspire to write like that. The only problem BoJack Horseman has is it can be a bit much for people, so I always warn people. You can watch it, but it's heavy. It's very heavy. And in good ways and in bad ways. And by the bad ways, I mean it can be triggering. Like, in a tasteful way, but it can be triggering nonetheless. Yeah, the problems are the problems of the show itself. Yeah, the characters. I really do only think the only problem with BoJack Horseman is it's not something that can be consumed by all. Which, is on purpose. Yeah, it's about BoJack. Back in the 90s! Oh, it's also good at the optimism. It's just, you know, like those... It can just be heavy when it's heavy, really heavy. Even some of the actors, so the person who voiced BoJack, is his name Will Arnett? Is that his name? He talked about how sometimes after recording some episodes, he'd go home and be so fucking depressed. Because it was just a lot sometimes. The thing that makes BoJack so depressing is that it's realistic. And BoJack's my favorite type of media. Something that looks so ridiculous, so zany, and so kooky, but it's realistic in writing. That's what I feel with One Piece. One Piece is so fucking crazy and so kooky. but it has not just an optimism, but in my opinion, a realistic optimism. Well, fun fact, one of the reasons the animals are even animals in BoJack Horseman is to detach us from some of the themes. Because if it were just people, it would just be a bit too much. So they wanted to make it animals to be a bit more zany. Also, the animal puns are so fucking funny, or the animal jokes are so hilarious. Oh, I love Princess Caroline. She was my favorite character because I really relate to her. Not in terms of wanting to be a mother at all, just her life. Like how she handles herself. The speech she has in the mirror to herself. You have to get your shit together. You have no idea how many times I look in the mirror and I think like that. You gotta get your shit together. I think about it so much. You have to get your shit together. Yeah, I do that. Haha, do. Do you have any theories on that incident mentioned after the formation of Straw Hat Grand Fleet? I thought it would be Egghead, but didn't happen. When was this? Sorry? Remind me? Wasn't the incident Egghead, or am I wrong? I thought the incident was what happened on Egghead. Oh, the fleet would go to have a big incident. Oh, no, I don't have any theories about that, I'm afraid. As you can tell, I haven't really thought about that. Wow, I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry, I wish I could answer, but I just forgot. The fleet would go on to have a big incident. Would it not be Bartolomeo and Shanks? That was part of the fleet, wasn't it? Damn. I just don't know. I haven't thought about that. Yeah, I'm also thinking that was about Bartolomeo and Shanks. That makes sense to me. The whole fleet? Yeah, I don't know then. I can't think of anything. Hey, bobbing. Big stretch bobbing. can't lie on my keyboard bobbing. Sorry. Thank you for the sub. I'm so sorry I can't answer that. Bobbing, 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 bobbing. Oh, bobbing. She's resting on my hand. She's so cute. What is it, bobbing? What is it? Bobbing, 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 bobbing. Why do you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? When will you wear wigs? Gaping hole? Oh yeah, Annie's lobby did look like that. You're right, actually. Of course, as soon as I tune in from work, the first thing I hear is gaping hole. Yeah, hi. Great timing. Do 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 do. Wait, I can make this stream extra chill. Hang on. Why are you not turning? My microphone. Oh my god. Blueberries! Stop it. Oh my god. I tried to cat cam. Hang on. That was funny. Alright. I'm trying to cat cam. Oh my god. Hi guys. How are you doing? I'm doing my very best. There you go. Why is this so hard? Alright, that should stick. There you go. Now you can watch bobbing while I edit. Oh, that was funny. Those are my dirty socks in the corner, by the way. I can't believe bobbing jumped up and just bit my microphone. What the hell? You didn't see it, but for some reason, my scream really agitated her. Popping. Popping. Sorry, yeah, sorry for choking you. I was just trying to show you my cat. You gonna bite me? Are you gonna bite me? Ah! You bite me? You bite me? Oh, you silly girl, hey? Oh! She's gone. I pissed her off. Alright, back to me. Hi! Oh. I did overstay my welcome. Cat left. Hang on, does it look proper? And I'm a bit... There we are. Always prioritize the big cam over the little cam. That's what I've learned. Even if I'm a bit cut off, but that's okay. Put me down. That was so chaotic. I've never seen Blueberry do that. I grabbed my camera, I screamed, and then she jumped up and bit my microphone, and then she was looking to bite me as well. I've never seen her do that. God, that's funny. She said, "Oh, it's time. We're balling." She really chomped it as well. I can see her teeth marks. I've never seen her do that. It's the fact she went to bite my microphone. What the hell? It's like she's been wanting to do that for ages. I think she's about to get silly. I can feel it. La la la. La la. Bobbing will come back. That was just so weird. She's never done that. That's why I screamed twice. Because I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Bobbing? She had vengeance for the microphone like I'd never seen. Maybe she wanted to bite me, but she knows she shouldn't, so she went for the mic. That's something about Blueberry, by the way. She knows it's bad to bite, Well, me and any person. So when she was playing with me there, every time she bit me, she licked me. Because she went, oh, I shouldn't do that. You said... Yeah, and then she looked at me like... I thought she was about to jump at me. Never seen that. Bobby, what's happening to you? Sorry, she's so funny. I love Blueberry. She always surprises me. She's just scratching herself. The bells of liberation. The bells of blueberation. Ow. Why is that so loud? I know she's about to get silly because she's having a full bath. And she always does that when she's feeling antsy. Bobbing. Probably go down a little. Oh, okay. Is the update out? Is it? No, I'm not playing without Brittany and Aaron. But I will be downloading it tonight. Oh. I like thick thighs. But as you'll know, I'm more of a hefty chest girl. You coming back? You coming back? You're gonna bite my mic again? Hey? Oh, do you want to go on my legs? Oh, no, hang on. Bobby wants to leave. That's fine. I gotta pee anyway. I'll be back. I'm back. Hey guys, check this out. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. Do, 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 do. Mhm. Oops. Four left. All right. Olive break. Eh. Sorry, everywhere's itchy. Awesome. Get out. It's hanging good. That thing is hanging. Oh, God. Sorry, itchy face. Sorry, if you hear noises, it's because that little red thing, I suck it out. I suck it out, I swallow it whole, and then I chew the green bit. It's the olive hole. See, look, it's gone. That's just olive. I sucked it out. No one was sinking it. Here, look. Red thing in hole. Can you see that? Gone. Clear. It's the best way to eat them. It's literally just tomato inside the olive. You didn't know that? Oh, you're talking to them. It's a bit of tomato. Hello. Can't get this one. Whatever. Oh. Sorry, I'm not trying to give you olive suck ASMR. Hi, Votican. You're always so sweet, Votican. Thank you, Votican. There it is! The new gift sub thing. Oh my god, who was that? Thank you, Votican, I really appreciate it. Sanji still moans at 1 sub. But Luffy appears with gifted subs. The fabled Luffy. Thank God that worked. Oops. I hate you because I can't suck the red out of this olive. Eh. Man. What was that thing I said? Your problems are not my problems. That may have been the smartest thing I'd ever said in my life. Your problems are not my problems. Same problem, not my problem. Still your problem. Why would I double up my problem with your problem? Then it's an extra problem. No, I'm saying that problem is mine. I don't care if you have the same problem. I'm not dealing with you. My problem is mine, your problem is yours. Oh, that was my last olive. And I nearly choked on it. If we have the same problem, I'm not talking to you. That's still your problem. I'm not doubling up the problem. Exactly. Yeah, if we're both tired and dangling from a cliff, why in the world would I concern myself with you? I'm dangling off a cliff. I'm not thinking, damn, we both are. I'm not doubling the problem up. Dangling off a cliff is my problem. If you also happen to be next to me dangling off the same cliff, that is not my problem. What do you mean if they have the means to save you both? What, the person with my same problem? Well, figure them out for themselves. Great. What do you mean the other half? It's my problem. We are tied by the same rope. I'm cutting the rope in half. It is now my problem. Actually, if we're tied by a rope, you are weighing me down. I'm definitely cutting you loose. Because you are making my problem your problem. It should only be my problem. Because my problem is not your problem. What an asshole! Hang on, I gotta put my olives away. Wait, hang on. Check this out before I do. Yeah, pretty good. It will probably happen one day. Yep, there is a 99% chance that that will happen.
Howdy do, boys.
How do you do? I'm not doing wrong by you. I'm just acknowledging that your problems aren't my problems. Oh, I love chapters when I can talk about Zoro and Sanji. Or it is feeding the Fujo in me. Ah! The filthy Fujo in me. It's his line, a graceful soaring broccoli. Is it that line? My Fujo, what? Dandy plowed into him from behind at the 7th space velocity. Oh. Is he okay? Is he alright? I just think it's beautiful we have another nickname for Zoro. Broccoli. Right, it's both mocking and supportive. You should have seen him! Graceful soaring broccoli. I still can't get over that some people genuinely hate Zoro's color scheme in Elbaf. I think it suits him perfectly. I'm like genuinely lost and confused. Some people are really avidly like angry about it and I'm like, it looks like him. Like, that's him. He is that green. He's that stupidly green. Why is this making people angry? No, not the goggles. They're saying the color itself. They don't like his color scheme. They're saying his colors are awful. And I'm like, that's him! He's green! I dig the green fur cape, I'll be honest with you. I think that's awesome. It looks like him. Right, it looks silly. He's silly. He's silly and a little bit ugly in a cute way. It's exactly what he looks like. I love the goggles. Oh my god, Goofy as well hates the goggles. And I'm like... I remember fighting with him about it, like, what do you hate about the goggles? And he said, they look stupid. And I said, yes, because it's Zoro. He's stupid. He looks stupid. And he's probably wearing the goggles thinking, I feel so cool. I look so cool in these goggles. And he looks like an idiot. That's him. He looks like that. I'll never get over his introduction in Fishman Island. Sorry, I'm checking my eye because it's itchy. His introduction in Fishman Island and how, it was like he cut a ship in half. Oh, but that happened because he got on the wrong ship. That's peak Zoro. He's stupid. Like, that is peak Zoro. He's actually an idiot. And that was a joke as well. The scene looked cool, but it was actually stupid. Oh, God. Ah. There's a cat food that Brittany found. Tuna and cheese. What the fuck? I'd eat that. That sounds so good. Tuna and cheese. Whoops. Tuna and teas. Yeah, Zim, you don't need anything. Except maraschino cherries, or whatever those disgusting cherries are. Tuna surimi, I don't know what that is. What the hell? How come they get to eat that? Damn, fancy stuff. Three left. Three left, three left. Oh. Sorry, I gotta stretch. Ugh. Okay. Oh. No, if I take a break, I'll never get it done. Because if I take a break, I get stuck in the break. Okay. Oh. Ah. Haha. Ah. This always sounds like Snoopy music to me. This is music that would play when Charlie Brown is walking somewhere for Christmas. Or just in winter. The Snoopy character costume, how much is that in kilograms? 45 kilograms! How are you wearing that shit? Are you telling me all Snoopy mascots are like ripped? Ah! That's insane! Foily, you're the size of a Snoopy. You're the size of Snoopy, Foily! You are Snoopy size. You had to be a little brick house to fit in there. Zim, when Foily uses that emote, they don't mean it as a beautiful thing. They mean it as like screaming in agony. I've told Foily that's not what that dolphin means. And she refuses to accept that. She's like a boomer who still uses the smiley face emoji and doesn't understand that that's passive aggressive. I tell Foily the smiley face emoji is passive aggressive and she says, no, it isn't. She loves your incorrect opinions. I see it as that too. I see it as Foily saying, oh, I love that you ignore me. Because I'd send Foily like awful news and then Foily would respond with the crying pink dolphin. And I was like, why are you happy about this? And Foily was like, that's not how I interpret it. What a fool. Is Chica that little... That one little thing? The one little Is Chihuahua the fully white one or the one with blue on it? Chihuahua. Oh! The one with blue ears is from the same brand. I mean, I know him. Not personally. I like his little face. Oh yeah, he's the one that gets beaten by spikes. When it comes to little mascot creatures, I like Hello Kitty the most. And some people may call me basic. I just like her, okay? Like, look, I've got her little hoodie in the background. That's a Hello Kitty hoodie. I like her. What is diddle? I thought you'd made a typo.
Howdy do, boys.
What the hell is diddle? Are those his feet? Oh my god. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I thought those were his balls. And I was like, they're just letting it hang out like that. This is what I was looking at. I thought... I had no idea. I've never seen this before. I was like, I can see why he's called Diddle. That's a crazy, crazy look. I'll give him that. Bro, that's Diddle. I've never seen this man before. Those are some crazy big feet. You could use those feet as a weapon. They all have those feet. Kingdom Hearts looking feet. 90s to 2000s? I would have remembered that. I think I'm not from the right region. Diddlina! Ah! Yeah, somehow I think Diddle didn't make it to Australia, and I think I know why. I can imagine the amount of Aussies going, Diddle! Diddle and Diddlina. And it's a dead franchise now, you said. Is it like English? Do you know what I mean? Like, is the origin English speaking? It's German? Right. That makes a million more sense. A million times more sense. 100 times more sense. Alright. Germans made a mascot called Diddle. I can see why that did not become a global phenomenon. That's crazy. Well, I said global phenomenon, didn't I? Not German phenomenon. Where the hell is the Diddle theme park? The Diddle Museum. Some type of mass appeal. German plus gerbil. It's an interesting character, I'll give it that. You know what is a good little character? Moomin. Moomin's pretty good. I guess actually out of like little mascot characters, Hello Kitty's up there. You know who else is up there? Snoopit. Snooping the Snoopit. I love Snoopy. Snuppy. Snuppy's probably my ultimate favorite. But I also love Hello Kitty because of her fashion. Hello Kitty brought such a good wave of fashion to us. Oh, sorry about that, everyone. Oh. We had an Australian cartoon on TV here in Finland. Was it Blinky Bill? Blinky Bill! That's Blinky Bill. Yep, Blinky Bill is a classic in Australia. Although I don't know how much it is on TV anymore, to be honest. You don't know Blinky Bill? Blinky Bill was like the 90s version of Bluey, except it wasn't as big worldwide. I can't name all the characters, but here's Blinky Bill. Now this I remember. Hang on, I'm trying to find the cover for it. Man! Sorry, I'm looking for a certain cartoon that Blinky Bill had. It was called Blinky Bill's Around the World Adventures. And I remember loving it. I'm trying to find an image of it. Okay, basically, this show slapped. So this was called Blinky Bill's Around the World Adventures, and the way this worked is they were in this like traveling hot air balloon, but the hot air balloon had like a little like house attached to it. I can't explain. And as you can see, all these animals were trapped in a circus and they released them. So Blinky Bill went around the world with these animals to try and find their home. And throughout the show, they would find, like, they'd go to different countries, right? And sometimes they'd go to a different country and they'd meet new friends and they'd just explore. Other times they'd get to a new country and they'd find the home of the animal. And then the animal, the toucan, the panda, the monkey, the lion, and the poodle would then leave the crew. And it was like a whole thing. And I remember so well the episode in which they landed in Paris. The poodle was from Paris. And the poodle found her owner again. And her owner used to be rich. And she missed being rich with her owner, but the owner had then turned poor once she'd lost her poodle, and the owner was like, I don't know if you still want to live with me, I'm now a poor woman. And the poodle was like, oh my god, I miss you so much, I just want to live with you. That made me cry when I was a little girl. I sobbed, and then I sobbed again because they had to leave the poodle, and that was it. The poodle was now forever gone from the show, and I was like, no. It was a good show. I sobbed. I can't remember who the last person they had on the crew was. It might have been the panda. I sobbed. I sobbed. It was peak. This was my One Piece. When I was a child. My One Piece. They were trying to find everyone's home. It was so emotional. And you traveled across the world as you did that. Oh man, it was a good show. I missed the poodle so much. She was my favorite character. Can you guess why? One Piece Endgame. Oh, man. Nah, that fucked me up. But yeah, good show. I don't actually like dogs, but I like cartoon dogs, which is odd. It's like men. Yeah, cartoon dogs don't smell and don't drool, it's true. Also, they don't bark. Barking scares me. You like when small dogs yap. Oh. Fave animal? Not to be basic, it is probably like cats. Any cats, big or small. From tigers to lions to jaguars to leopards. I just love cats. I also like red foxes and Arctic foxes. Oh, I love them. Foxes are so beautiful to me. I also love squirrels. Big bushy tail. Platypuses as well, I love them. Usually any animal with a big bushy tail, I'll love them. Yes, squirrels. I love squirrels. Also monkeys, how could I forget? Not chimpanzees though. I love gibbons. Gibbons are the ones that walk like this. They're fun. I hate chimpanzees. They scare the shit out of me. They just terrify me. I look at chimpanzees and I'm scared. Monkeys are not great apes, I suppose. Whenever I see a video of anyone with a chimpanzee in an uncontrolled environment and they're just holding the chimpanzee, I'm like, you're an idiot. You're an actual idiot. I do like chinchillas. Chinchillas and hamsters I adore. Rats, as you all know, I love rats, love birds. Never had a fox? Chirp! Birds are so interesting. Because they don't look like they're cuddly. But they're actually very cuddly. They're really sociable. Also love fruit bats, love them. And possums, Australian possums, love them. Birds also live for an oddly long time. For like 20 plus years, and they're so little, it's weird. The Arctic foxes steal your fish, I'd let them. Oh, not Budgie. Too little. I love rats, but it makes me sad how short they live. Why has God done this to them? Snow leopards are just gorgeous. So gorgeous. Oh yeah, I saw the woolly mouse. It was cute. I also love bunnies. I love bunnies, especially floppy-eared bunnies. I love them. Love rodents. Is bunny a rodent, is it? Rodent is such a harsh word. We shouldn't call anything a rodent. Unless it's Shanks. Anyway. Aaron, go to bed! Well then try to sleep. Aaron, my throat feels like it's acting up. If I get sick because of you, you're paying. But it also might just be because I had olives with vinegar and it might have been harsh on my throat. Who was the person that, like, asked me if bugs are animals? They were like, they're insects. And I was like, yes, and what is an insect? I think about that a lot. Bugs are animals. Zim, was it you? I wouldn't be surprised. It was a joke, yeah, sure. Just like how no one buys Kingdom Hearts for the story. Or plays Kingdom Hearts for the story. It's a joke. It's a joke. Passive aggressive. Sony Vegas Pro. You were the second person that thought this was CapCut. The only Yuri in Kingdom Hearts is between Cinderella and Aqua. Two left. Oh. Ah.
Howdy do, boys.
Music's still there, you're just deaf. It's just really quiet. I gotta make another coffee. Oh! Yeah, it's about time for another coffee. Alright, I'll be back soon. she's back. Look, he's yelling at him. Wow, that was quick. Sorry, I thought there was a bug in my ear. Honestly, that might have been one. I could hear something in there. Eh. What did I get? Well, I picked some wax, and some of it looked a bit dark, and I thought, is that a little bug? But, it's out now. Did you? I thought you were asking, like, what did you pick out? Ah. This is just coffee. That's funny. Sorry for that. Hello, Saber O'Fred. Fucked up that line. Fumbled it.
Howdy do, boys.
Oh, Fred, yeah. Fully, I called them Sabo a while ago. I kept calling them Sabo. Because my eyes just kept seeing Sabo. Sabo Fred. I didn't see Marissa as a name. I'm really bad at seeing the names in usernames. One left! one left. We're making good time. After this, we get tomorrow party, everyone. Ugh. Hi, Flamingo. Flamingo, I've been thinking about you lately. And it's a bit egotistical of me, but I keep thinking about how throughout Elbaf you're like, nah, Big Mom's not coming back, Big Mom's not coming back, Big Mom's not coming back. And now recently in the new chapter you finally said, okay, yeah, it seems Big Mom may be coming back. You slowly came to the point of, okay, they're mentioning Big Mom a bit too many times now. And I don't mean that in a bad way, I just mean that in a I knew it way. But I even convinced the non-believer. Because she was right. I might not even be right. I'm just impressed that I convinced the non-believer. Or Oda did, I guess. She's just been mentioned too many times. She's got too much of a connection to Elbaf. The stocks are up. You can be non-believers, just know that I'm right. They hated Jesus because he told the truth. Tamago will come back, that's true. Yes, yes, manipulate them with their favorite character. Oh, you were always on board. Damn, then I apologize. Maybe it was more you were a little bit hesitant to believe me. And then last chapter, I just remember you saying, okay, yeah, she's definitely coming back. Damn, I just made myself the hero in my own head. Sorry about that. In my head, you are a bug. You don't understand why she would come back because of her connection to Elbaf, and also because she hasn't actually been defeated by Luffy. And Big Mom is also important to the plot. Remember, she was seen as a weapon of some kind. Didn't the government label her as some kind of weapon? She's still important plot-wise. Not to mention her own children are relevant to the story of Elbaf, i.e. Loki and Lola. And you can't tell the difference between swords, don't listen. Also Pudding. Pudding saying, if you think Big Mom is dead, that's on you. Her kids don't think she's dead. But if Big Mom's gonna come back in any arc, it's going to be Elbaf. I honestly think Ragnarok is going to happen in Elbaf, and I think Big Mom's going to be the main cause of it. I see it in my mind's eye that Big Mom will erupt from a volcano on Elbaf and just absolutely go apeshit on the place. I see Big Mom appearing during the climax or a climax of Elbaf, not at the start. I feel like Big Mom's going to be things just went from bad to worse, you know? Because a lot of people are saying, but who's the main antagonist of Elbaf? And I keep thinking, Big Mom! The Giants talk about the connection to Big Mom. And also, apparently they went on a crusade against Big Mom and failed. If she comes back to haunt them, that would be crazy in my opinion, in a good way. I disagree. I think the story... The fact that Elbaf is talking about Big Mom means there's a place in the story for her. It's not like I'm saying Kaido will come back, because Kaido coming back would be kind of out of left field. Who the fuck has mentioned Kaido since Elbaf started? No one. Who's mentioned Big Mom since Elbaf started? Multiple giants. Elbaf has a connection to Big Mom. The fact that Elbaf is even talking about Big Mom means there's a place for Big Mom in this story. Also, the fact Pudding mentioned Big Mom when being kidnapped by Blackbeard means there's a place for her in this story. That's true, Arlong didn't come back in Fishman Island, I'll give you that. But it just seems with Big Mom, like, yelling in vengeance as she was defeated, and we don't actually see her die, it just seems so plausible. Like, Arlong also didn't go out screaming vengeance, did he? He just went out going, "Ah, I'm gonna beat you," and then he didn't. Big Mom actively went out screaming, "I'll be back." Like, she was basically telling us she's not fucking done. And I believe her. I believe if Big Mom is saying, "I will remember this, and I will avenge that," I believe her. I fully believe her. Not to mention Katakuri and Luffy made that promise. In my opinion, there's a lot of unfinished business with Big Mom. A lot. Also, if Rox is mentioned in Elbaf and Loki was part of that, would it also make sense for Big Mom to be part of the mix? She was part of Rox's crew. For her to be there and talk about Rox or mention Rox alongside Loki, I feel like that makes sense. Also, Arlong's connection was with Jinbear. Big Mom's connection is with basically Elbaf as an entirety. No, I don't think Loki's like that. Because remember, Loki liked Lola, but not Chiffon, even though they're twins. I don't think he just falls in love like that. Oh! Fine. And you I'll take that as an apology. You fucking got me. You got me. Oh my god, you've survived banishment. You've survived the Shadow Realm. Oh my god. But wow, I did that. Good job. See how the coffee perked me right up? But yeah, no, I think the story very much has a place for Big Mom. I totally disagree that it doesn't. If anything, I think the story is making leeway for Big Mom right now. It just feels like they're building up to her. See how many times we mention her and how she's part of like Elbaf's history right now? See how some of them were personal friends with Big Mom? See how there's even Big Mom infused, like Big Mom power infused objects? It simply feels like Big Mom will be returning. And again, it just feels like she's going to be Ragnarok. Because if anyone can just explode Elbaf in just a natural disaster such as a volcano eruption, that's Big Mom. She's a walking natural disaster. Right? And fire and lightning being the weakness of Elbaf. Who the fuck controls specifically fire and lightning? That's Big Mom. I haven't seen any homies of the previous users of fruit being alive, Pandora being the main case. That's true. That's exactly another reason why I'm like, I just feel like if Big Mom were dead, the homies would be gone. I don't think her power would linger. So if someone's soul is taken by Big Mom and she infuses something with that person's soul and then she dies, that soul is now forever separated from the person? Forever? I don't think it works like Boa's fruit, because stone turning to physical stone just feels different to me. A soul feels like a holding of power. Because remember when Maria got knocked out, everyone's shadows were given back to them. I feel exactly that that's how Big Mom's power works. It just makes more sense than physical stone the way Boa's did. Because Maria was stealing shadows, Big Mom was stealing souls. That's kind of similar, is it not? Do. If toys were also a physical thing and they stopped being toys after Sugar got taken out, then wouldn't it make more sense that Boa's fruit is just the exception? If anything, that leans more towards that Big Mom's power doesn't work if she's dead. It sounds like Boa's fruit is just fucking crazy in that way. Or maybe Boa's fruit only works like that because it works on emotion from her, as in how people feel about Boa. Like, Sugar didn't have to turn people into toys because how they feel about her, but Boa's power works specifically on how people feel of her. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. But it just feels like... Knock her out, the toys are gone. It just feels like Big Mom's power doesn't work like Boa's. We also don't know if that's how Boa's fruit works. That's true. She could have just been lying. She could have been lying to try and, because Blackbeard even said, don't try and sass me. I know that if I let you go, you're just going to turn me to stone. She very much could have been lying. Wait, but it was Kobe that said that, wasn't it? No, Boa said that. Yeah, Boa said that. And then Kobe said, no, don't kill her. But who knows? Either way, it does feel like Boa's the exception. But there's just way too much indication that Big Mom is still alive. It's just the fact that she went out screaming vengeance. I've never seen that before. Not even Doffy did that. If she went out screaming, I will remember this. I will remember the names Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law. I will be back. Like, I just think she's not done. I believe her. When Big Mom is... think about what Big Mom does when she's angry. She's a fucking force of nature. She's gonna be unstoppable if she's this angry. Oops. I feel like when people think Big Mom isn't still alive, it's people underestimating her, which is like, how can you possibly underestimate her? She's terrifying. She's just terrifying. On her beauty specifically, yeah, probably. That's what I was thinking, Foily. I don't know what this music is, I'm sorry. But you can have the, you can have the link to the video. There you go. Also, are you telling me that there are tons of people out there whose souls have been taken by Big Mom and just put into things, and they've lost part of their soul, and they're just never gonna get that back? I feel like that's just not, like, you know what I mean? They're cooked. God, Big Mom's terrifying. I just think about she made a whole island. She made basically her own whole nation with her power. She terrifies me. She's just scary. When I see people say they don't want Big Mom back, it's either because they don't think she's strong enough, which again, odd and bizarre, or because they just don't like her. And it's like, too bad, mate. This story is pointing to Big Mom like crazy right now. I remember the Shadow Beings, yeah, the Shadow Men. It's the fact that Elbaf is also terrified of Big Mom to an extent, and you can tell. So Big Mom actually arriving in Elbaf, that would be the end of days for Elbaf. They'd be like, this is it. This is it. I don't think much shakes Elbaf, but Big Mom seems to do so. Yeah, there was an expedition to vanquish Big Mom. That's crazy. The Giants went out to try and kill Big Mom and they couldn't do it. Big Mom is someone they cannot contend against. So if she arrived in Elbaf with a newfound bloodlust against the Straw Hats, Elbaf's cooked. They are cooked. Or possibly instead, Loki is actually the one that takes out Big Mom and he becomes a hero. Because I honestly think Elbaf's either going to end with Elbaf being destroyed, or Loki finally being seen as an actual hero of Elbaf. Like he'll no longer be the cursed prince that they labeled him as. Because I believe Loki really cares about Elbaf. I honestly do. I thought Prometheus, Hera, and Napoleon chased Big Mom down the hole. But even if they are still in Wano, she can literally create things just whenever she wants. Hence why I'm like, I think she's going to create a homie out of a part of the core of the fucking earth. The Holy Knights are right there, but I agree that there needs to be more than the Holy Knights. The Holy Knights as a 3, in my opinion, aren't enough for Elbaf. Like, I think they're scary, don't get me wrong. But I just don't think they're enough. In numbers, I mean. And I feel like Big Mom appearing is, again, things will go from bad, the Holy Knights, to worse, Big Mom. Oh no, I don't think the Holy Knights are going down in Elbaf at all. I think the Holy Knights in Elbaf are a taste of the Holy Knights. I don't think they're gonna lose any fight. I don't see Shanks coming back in Elbaf, no, because he's somewhere. Loki knows where he is, but he's somewhere. He's clearly not on Elbaf anymore. And also, I don't believe he should be on Elbaf because Luffy's there. Oda will always keep Shanks and Luffy like an arm away from each other, you know? Because they have to be. I don't think Luffy and Shanks are going to be meeting until Laugh Tale. An arm? Arm's length. An arm? Shakes your dick. Do I think there's a parallel between Sanji and Loki? There's many parallels. Currently the most, like, Loki's got parallels with Luffy. He's got parallels with Zoro. It feels he might have some parallels with Sanji to an extent. I can't say much about Sanji and Loki right now, but it feels Loki wasn't seen particularly well by his dad. Even Usopp, yeah, there's a lot of parallels going on with Loki. Lore as well, only because they're similar in my opinion. In attitude. I'm waiting to see if Loki's a mummy's boy. I honestly think he is. His mom died when he was basically a baby? Yeah! And what if he still loved her? He can still be a mummy's boy even if his mother has died, 100%. He can still love the mother that he lost even if he didn't really know her. Especially if they blame him for his mother dying. Haiduden! We don't know who Haiduden's mum is, we just know that Haiduden's a mummy's boy, that's for sure. I honestly think Loki is jealous of Haiduden. I really do. Haiduden doesn't resemble their father, he doesn't have the horns. So Haiduden doesn't look in the mirror and see his dad. Haiduden had a mother that seemed to be alive and loved him for the time. Haiduden is called the prince of what everyone loves in Elbaf. I genuinely... Haiduden had friends as well. I honestly think Loki is jealous of Haiduden. And I think when he was younger, he lashed out because of that. It seems most plausible to me. He was jealous of what Haiduden had that he didn't have. All Loki had was his blood. He didn't have anything else. His blood and his strength. No, he's not called the prince, but Elbaf sees him as the rightful prince. They love him. But he can't take the throne because of his blood, but Elbaf sees him as someone who should be the rightful prince. Because they call Loki the cursed prince. Don't start this with me, Bread. You know what's gonna happen. The half-prince. Being a mommy's boy and loving your mom are two different things. Alright, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But I can see Loki not really having a mother and grieving over that while he sees Haiduden, who still does have his mother and is probably loved by her, and just being jealous and also being more beloved by the people because he's not the cursed prince. Literally every bad thing that happened in Elbaf, they said Loki did it, which is so fucked up. Also, it's so interesting that Loki's eyes have been bandaged ever since he was a child. What the hell is that about? I can't wait to find out why. I'm gonna be heartbroken if Loki's mum was trying to protect him and that led to her death in the same way Sanji's mum. That happened to Sora as well. I'm gonna be heartbroken if she loved her son from the day he was born. And she died because of some circumstance and now he's blamed for that. That'll make me sob. Would Oda do that twice? Yes. How many things has he done twice? Multiple. More than that. He would 100% do that twice. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it will make me cry. It will break my heart. Also, how are we feeling about Harold now? Now that Loki has indicated both he and Hyrule know Harold did something to Elbaf. Are some of us starting to think he might not be as good as he sounds? The way I thought? Yeah, could Hyruden's mum still be alive? I'm thinking the same thing. I was immediately sus of him too. Because again, it's about rumors. Loki has bad rumors. Harold has fantastic rumors. And already it seems like Loki's own rumors aren't shaping up to be true. Also, if I were there when Loki fell over, I was right about that, by the way. If I were there when Loki fell over, I would have yelled, "Timber!" as he passed out. I feel like with a giant, you need to do that. Yeah, I'm still thinking about if Harold was manipulated or not. That's the thing I'm not sure about, but I just don't believe he was that good for Elbaf. I wish when Luffy saw Loki stand up, he said, "How's the weather up there?" There are so many opportunities. The thorns. What's your thoughts, Sky? I was also right about his horns, by the way, just saying. I was the one that said his horns are real, just saying. Parents will kill themselves to hug their children. You thought that was Harold and Loki. I was thinking more that that could be Loki and Hyduden with their mothers. Especially Loki's mother, who is dead. It could. One Piece mums are always dead and it's out of love. Out of love. Also not true, Dadansu alive. Thank you very much. Big Mom's still alive. Wait, One Piece Mom's always dead. Fuck, Big Mom's not coming back. Damn it. You got me. Doctorine. Harold loving both of his sons, I'm confused about that. Like, that I currently do not trust. I'm feeling that Harold's love may not be unconditional. It feels a bit similar to Judge to me. I don't know, I just don't trust Harold. I don't trust him. Hyduden didn't seem to be rejected, but wasn't it said that he couldn't live in the castle? Yeah, Summers was talking about visiting Harold's grave. Like, Hyduden wasn't exactly accepted by Harold, I'd say. For all we know, Harold just had kids for the better of Elbaf and not to actually love the kids, do you know what I mean? Hi, Boitha. But the fact that both brothers seem to agree that Harold has done something to Elbaf, it's why I'm like, I don't trust this man. I really don't trust this man. Right? It feels more like, if he respected them both a lot, why the fuck were they fighting? Or why did he let them fight? Because it was not a friendly fight. No, they didn't agree that he'd done something to Elbaf, but Loki said, "Everyone thinks I killed our father with pure hatred in my heart. But I know you know. I know you don't think that." I think that's indication enough. I think it's indication enough. And then Loki said, "After all, look around us. Look at what's happened." That's indication enough that Harold and Hyduden both think Harold has done something to Elbaf. In fact, where's the page? Because Loki said, "You know I didn't kill our father with hatred. Look around us." I think, honestly, I think that's plenty enough evidence. Because it sure made Hyduden stop in his tracks. Hyduden didn't say anything against that. All Hyduden said was about his mother. I honestly think that's pretty decent evidence, personally. Because it made Hyduden stop. Because he especially didn't say anything against it, did he? any interpretation of it should be Harold has done something though. What else could that possibly mean? If he's saying, I didn't kill our father with hatred, with pure hatred, and I know you know that, it means Harold has done something. What else could that possibly mean? I just killed him because I wanted to, you know? Mind controlled, but he's saying look around us. It sounds more like Harold was someone that was manipulated than Loki. I don't know, it screams a lot more Loki was aware of what he was doing because look around us. It sounds like he's saying, what I did, this is the reason for why I did it. It was not hatred. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I just think it's much more pointing towards Harold did something. And I know you know that's why I did it. Because why would he say, look around us, if he were being manipulated? Loki, I mean. It's not like he said, it wasn't me. He said, yeah, I did it, but it wasn't for hatred. Check out the forest. That's what it's just, it sounds the most plausible to me. Because if he were being manipulated or mind controlled, wouldn't he say it wasn't me? Also, the whole thing is the rumors. Everyone's like, oh, King Harold's so great, so awesome, and we can't trust those rumors. And again, it's all pointing towards, no, I don't think Harold's chill. What do you mean King Riku didn't say anything in Dressrosa? He literally explained what happened. Look at the forest, not the trees. So, i.e., look at the state of the forest. Odin has a lot of rumors, yeah, and we saw Odin's character. This is the difference, guys. We haven't seen Harold's character. It's about seeing the actual event. We haven't seen that. All I know is, look, maybe Loki could have been manipulated. Maybe he could have been mind controlled. Can't see the forest for the trees. So he's not talking about the actual environment at all, is he? Was that just a, translated odd? So he's not talking about the land. Right. In my defense, when I read the chapter, absolutely no one told me that. Everyone was like, oh, he's talking about the underworld. Well, either way, does that not still... Is that not still the point, though? He's saying you're focusing on the fact that I made fun of you and your mum. But you know I didn't kill Harold for hatred. And you, like, you know that. I don't know. Because he doesn't say I didn't kill Harold. Because in my opinion, if he were being manipulated or controlled, he would have said I didn't kill Harold. But he didn't. He basically said I did kill him, but not with hatred. It totally sounds like Harold did something. That's really the only interpretation I can get out of that. I'm Not the only, but just the one that makes the most sense. We'll see what happens, but I'm betting tooth and nail Harold did some fucked up shit. Well, thank you for the sub. Tooth and nail? Oh my god. Born in the wrong era because he wanted to go with Rox, but Rox called him a child. I.e. Rox won't take children on a ship. Giant or not. We'll see what happens with Loki, Harold, and Hyrule, but it's also the fact that in One Piece it's about rumors, and all we hear about Harold is he's a good guy, he's a good guy. And I just don't believe that, because, again, it's about not trusting the rumors and not trusting what you hear. And I just feel like Harold is not. Because otherwise, it's the theme, right? It's the theme. They're calling Loki the Cursed Prince an embarrassment, and I just don't think he is. In the same way I don't think Harold's a good king. In my opinion, everything is pointing towards Harold is fucked. And also the fact of mentioning I did not kill our father with hatred. That made Hyrule stop. He fucked. He just did something fucked up. It has to be the case. Right, Harold's called kind and Loki isn't, but an outsider is saying Loki is kind. It's just, to me, everything's pointing towards Harold's fucked up. He did something fucked up. Also, the Holy Knight saying, let's visit Harold's grave or something, or you visited Harold's grave. I don't trust that man. Because I honestly fully believe if Loki were either brainwashed or manipulated to kill King Harold, he would say, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Why would he just keep the idea up that he killed him if he didn't? You know what I mean? I trust the guy that killed Harold, personally. I'm trusting Loki over Harold. I trust the guy that looked at the Holy Knights and said, no, fuck no, I'm not joining you. Alright. 34. I'm done. I'm done. I also trust the guy that Luffy likes. And Luffy likes Loki. When it's destroy the world! I trust that what Loki does is for the good of Elbaf. That's what I trust. I think Loki likes Elbaf a lot. I think he cares greatly for Elbaf, and I think the death of Harold was for Elbaf. I don't think he killed Harold with hatred in his heart. I think he killed Harold with a sort of justice, I suppose, or a sort of anger. Do you know what I mean? I don't think Harold was good for Elbaf, and I think Loki and Hyrule both knew that. Because I think Harold fucked up. I think that's what he's saying. I didn't kill Harold with hatred. I killed him for a reason. Because again, if he didn't kill Elbaf, why wouldn't he say that? No one would believe him anyway. Like, I can see in the flashback, Loki being distraught over whatever the fuck Harold is doing to Elbaf. Like, Loki doesn't want to kill his father, but no one else can see it, you know what I mean? Open up Elbaf's borders. Maybe he didn't hate Harold until he realized what Harold were doing, whatever that is. Maybe having to kill Harold was fucking horrifying for him, but it was something that had to be done. I'm not saying that Loki hated Harold, I'm saying that he did kill Harold. And it must have been for a reason, and that reason is pointing towards Harold did something. Oh, my itchy, itchy foot. He's definitely in a grey area. Something, something also tearing out his horns. I feel like that's important too. Perish father. Anyway. With murderous intent. Yeah. So he wasn't going for Harold with murderous intent. I.e. Loki's not saying, I wasn't just killing him. I wasn't just killing him to kill him. I'm not just a murderer. Again, everything to me is pointing to Harold did something. If anything, that proves even more. That Harold did something, and Loki's saying, I didn't just kill him to kill him. King Cobra situation. Wouldn't it be the opposite of a King Cobra situation? We think Harold's a good guy, but he's actually not. Where Cobra was, we thought he's a shit guy, but he's actually not. It feels like it'd be the opposite, or the other way around, in my opinion. A child meter? Hey, Loki wasn't his kid. Anyway, I'm gonna play Mario Kart. Mario Party. I'm gonna play Mario Party. So, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. We can keep talking about One Piece if you want. I know it gets a little heated sometimes. I just believe Loki. I believe him. It's fine if it's not your kid. That's what I said it. You can beat the kid if it's not yours. You know why? Because you'll go to jail for it. Wait. Yeah, whatever. That makes sense. Go to jail for it. Anyways, let me get in my box. Alright. Oh, alright. Oh my god. Alright. I'll be back in about 20 minutes and we will be playing some Mario Party. See you everyone then. Thank you for joining me for editing. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.